All right, hello, welcome everybody to a very special marquee matchup, Superstar Showdown, Matthew Tunnicliffe versus Matthew O'Connor. I'm here, Josh Sokol with Jason Idalski. How's it going, Jason?
Going well. How are you, Josh? You are in Lake George, or
Yeah, I'm right below the players. Hopefully, they can't hear me through the ceiling. They definitely can't. But it's going to be a really fun one. I can't wait to cover these matches with you. These are the top two seeds for the main event tournament, and we have a bunch of stats we're ready to show you guys as well for each player. So yeah, there's just a lot going on. The Lake George coverage is starting with a bang. So let's look at this matchup preview. If we have that ready, we've got some awesome stats. Let's Play Scrabble advanced stats to give you guys. The current head-to-head record right now between these two is very skewed in favor of Matthew Tunnicliffe, the Canadian. Part of that is because Matthew O'Connor is much younger than Matthew Tunnicliffe, and Matthew Tunnicliffe's been like a top player for a long time, but this is a pretty skewed matchup, Jason.
but if you look at those last five games, four of the five spread of 15 or less. So hopefully we get a lot more close games today. I did call that most recent game the 384-370 win late in Albany at the July 4th tournament, and it was very interesting, very close, very fun game. Yeah, ignore the head to head. Well, don't ignore the head to head, but these two players are very evenly matched, and to me it's a coin flip who will come out on top here.
Yeah, and it's a best of seven. It's 20-minute clocks. Matthew Tunnicliffe and Matthew O'Connor were both way up there in the standings of the Boblin Superstars in Albany earlier this year, and yeah, so no wonder they shared their games there. But let's look at the player cards, the individual results of both of these players. We have a 20-minute clock situation here, so that should probably favor Matthew O'Connor. He is known to be an incredibly fast player. He can play a game in 30 seconds. And yeah, he can find plays so fast. So his rating is currently sitting at 2071, ranked 12th in North America. He's got a 63% win percentage. That is really hard to achieve. 424, 394 average score, and he just came out of a win in Somerville, and actually also the early bird, the first early bird in Lake George. Matthew O'Connor won that one as well. So yeah, he's on a hot streak. Now looking at Matthew Tunnicliffe, what do you have to say about this one, Jason?
Yeah, obviously, I know the most recent win in Albany over 4th of July, where he was even Gibsonized with a round to go, which was certainly incredible, an incredible accomplishment in that field. Hasn't played much since, but obviously, both of these players probably one and two in terms of contenders to win the main event here.
Yeah, and this win, this 25-7, this might look like just a really good tournament result, but for those that are unaware, this was against many of the best players in the world fighting for 15,000 US dollars in Albany. So, an insane accomplishment to be Gibsonized, to have clinched the tournament with a few rounds to go. So, yeah, crazy result. But it is one-on-one this time. So I think the players are ready to go. I can't wait to cover these games. I think it's going to be an incredible matchup. It could go one way or the other. It could go to only four games, but most of the time these matchups, there's a lot of content. Jason, I mean, it feels like there's something just drawing the players to make it as long of a matchup as possible.
I would be very surprised if this goes 4 or 5.
Yeah. All right. So let's pan to the players in the main event room. We see Matthew O'Connor on the left. He is going first against Matthew Tunnicliffe. We see that beautiful Let's Play Scrabble bag. The distribution has been checked. There are 100 tiles, and they are all correct. For those unaware, that there was an issue with that at a recent tournament for the first time. But the first tile drawn as a Q. That feels like it doesn't bode super well. Um, oh yeah, well, you're not Jason Ubika, but yeah, QI immediately for Matthew O'Connor to start things off. I mean, this is just a no-brainer move. Actually, it's not necessarily a no-brainer move. He could have played it one spot down, Jason. Set up his
Yeah,
X.
holding that XI in reserve. He played that so fast, I doubt he considered it. But yeah, I'd be curious to see what Sim says about that.
Yeah, it's almost never appropriate to put a Q in the on the center square when you're playing QI, especially with QIN being a word. But in this particular case, it is obviously going to be very, very fishy. So quite unlikely to work out for O'Connor, but it's a pretty interesting situation. All right, there's a little bit of a crossing of wires right now. We're just gonna get that figured out. I think it's the clock, but all right. So BHNPEOU for Matthew Tunnicliffe. This rack isn't very good, and with the very cagey opening play, the options are not very nice. What I would say about this position is you can't be too conservative because your tiles are just not good enough to really just like slow it down and score only a few points. So Tunnicliffe was looking at unhope. That's not a word, but there is a word in that.
Yeah, his looks like his highest scoring play is playing Euphon, EUPHON. Thank goodness when you don't have the I or the N in this spot, it's very very tricky. But having the N is a bit of a help for Tunnicliffe. All of his looks like all of his good plays will play across row 9 there. Um,
Yeah, I'd say that you might want to play some like pub and PI, but the problem with that, and it sets up the E hook PUBE, but the problem with that is it's just not enough points. So I think he's looking at BOUN. That's also a viable option. I like the play of UNB here, UNBE and QIN. That sets up your H nicely. It doesn't extend too far to make it super likely O'Connor can nail that triple word score. So I like that play. I wonder if he's going to come around to it. But like we said, 20-minute clocks. We already see a more than 2 minute think for Matt Tunnicliffe. So maybe a little bit of jitters to start things off.
Yeah, these early game positions are always, you're going to be shaping the board for the rest of the game. So, a lot of the top players do seem to take a lot of time on these spots. It's interesting what you said about not wanting to play too defensive too early. Is that even more so because you're playing a player who is kind of known for his very defensive, unique style, where you don't want to get into too much of a messy board, and Tunnicliffe is gonna play unbe here, which was your choice.
And he's going to get hit immediately with the X. So we didn't need to set up the X last turn, apparently. Um, I'm actually surprised Matt O'Connor's. I feel like back in the day, AX would have been on the board 10 seconds ago. But yeah, just AX, EX, and BA is like just obvious here. You just want to think
Yeah, why
about
is he? I'm
maybe.
surprised he's taking any
I
time with
think I
this at
know what
all.
he's thinking. I think he's thinking he wants to potentially score 14 more points with SAX and block the
Okay.
board even further. But I feel like that's too restrictive for him. I feel like his leave has improved so much by the S. Um, but no, it makes sense to think about it because the board is so difficult to work with after sacks on the left side. But I think here it's just so strong to keep AEIRS. So he does that.
I would agree. That was actually Sax seemed closer than I thought it would. But meanwhile, I think that other tile that Tunnicliffe has is a T. No, it's an O. Okay.
Yeah, so AHILOPY. We might want to just start reciting his rack in consonant order because Matthew Tunnicliffe tends to put his tiles consonants first. That's the way that he has found is easiest for him to find his plays. It's an unusual approach. Most players put their tiles either in no order whatsoever, as we see Matt O'Connor, or in alphabetical order. but there are a few players,
Do you know of
notably,
anybody else who does that?
yes,
Tunnicliffe is the only.
Joel Wapnick. Joel Wapnick is
Oh,
famous
okay.
for doing that. Yeah, and I think maybe that's who Matthew has taken after, but I haven't asked him specifically about that. So, what are we thinking on this turn here, Jason? There's a bunch of options available for
Yeah,
Tunnicliffe,
got a
mostly
bunch of
using
good
the
options.
exo hook.
Yes, yeah. So just like last turn, all of his good plays used the N hook to QI. All of his good plays this turn use the O hook to XO, along with putting all of his three clunky tiles H, P, and Y all go after the BA. So you've got your Hoya, you've got your Ahoy, you've got your Hoy, HOY or HOI. Looks like Hoya, Ahoy, or Hoy are the three top plays statically. Do you like Hoy setting up the A on both sides here?
That was some impressive linguistic skills there, the way you recited those plays. Um, I would not play Ahoy, given that it would put the A. It would put the A in a pretty dangerous position. We're seeing Poly here, so keeping a little bit more of a foul heavy rack, but for the sake of defense. I don't know about this play, given that Tunnicliffe has an early deficit. I probably would have played Hoy to set up a Hoy and keep the slightly better leave, or set up Hoya. And we're seeing Isne coming down.
Yeah, right away.
Super
Wow.
fast. So last turn, Matt O'Connor had an unplayable Zerasia. Um, Unbe does not take an S. This time, this is a famous rack that doesn't contain any 7-letter words. So Isne is 43 points, far more than anything else. It's defensive. O'Connor already has a 20-point lead. I love this decision, and it was very, very nice find early on.
Yes, I like it. And then he is rewarded by pulling the blank. So Matthew's vowel heavy leave has gotten even more vowel heavy, picking A, E, E, O out of the bag. And he is in an early spot of bother here.
Yeah, that was the issue with the play of Polly getting rid of his L, his prime consonant, is that it could run into stuff like this where you just don't draw another consonant. So pretty poor pull, but there is a playable word here. I would say HAO, making H and YEA, or HAE. Either works here. Maybe you want to keep the four vowels, the four unique vowels, rather than two E's in this spot. Um, but we're actually seeing an exchange instead. Wow, what an interesting move.
It is a very interesting move. I thought when he had it set up, I thought when he had it set up that it was surely to play HAE and leave the AEIO, but instead he'll throw those four back. O'Connor will almost certainly bingo on this turn. Weirier putting the blank W in the triple line seems like the safest option, unless I'm missing something off of the I in Isne.
Yeah, so Weirier making UR on the in the center of the board. Obviously, it's not a bingo you want to play, given that it just blows the board open and gives an opponent who just exchanged some prime real estate to work with. But the other option of bingoing with Reremai, Reremai, making QI, seems even more dangerous. I don't know. It's 8 more points though. Do you take 8 points here, or are you worried about triple triples? I feel like Matt O'Connor is ahead by so much that putting the W in the triple triple lane is not a huge deal, but putting the R is. So I feel like we're either going to see him sacrifice 8 points and play weird, like you said, or he might even just not bingo here. It's very interesting to consider what happens if the board stays the way it is. Matt Tunnicliffe is going to have to do something about it. Matt O'Connor can just sit pretty with his 60-point lead. So this is an option that he's probably thinking about, of potentially not bingoing in this spot, just to leave the board for Matt Tunnicliffe and say, what are you going to do about this?
And yeah, I did say that we'll see a bingo here, and then as I think about it, I was like, well, maybe not. The problem is I don't really like any of the non-bingo plays. Statically, the best one is REI off of the Q for 16. Also, kind of More defensive for bingos, but puts the R in the double double lane. You've got five tile plays along the middle column there. X is gone, so you're not really worried about what you're setting up there, but you are setting up the W and that Matthew's just drawn and the H that Tunnicliffe has left. So yeah, if there was a nice overlap play, I could definitely see him passing here, but I'm not sure that it's justified, and he's going to take the points with Riramai.
Yeah, all these options made a lot of sense. If O'Connor decided not to bingo, I would probably recommend playing RAI under the LA and the YE on the bottom right of the board, just to create a situation where if Tunnicliffe uses one of those lanes, it's opening a huge spot for O'Connor. And if O'Connor uses those lanes, he's going to be up by a ton of points. So we see the bingo. This is just taking the points. This makes perfect sense. It's just a little bit dangerous. And he is going to get hit a little bit hard here. O'Connor is with probably some overlap here of like a new or Inu or something like that, I would say.
Yeah, it certainly seems like Anu is the best play. However, you are kind of shutting everything down up top, and the board is going to get really ugly, especially when you're going to be down almost 100 points. But at the same time, not really seeing a lot of better options. All of your good options, especially with that H and that W, all play. I guess you could play something like a washer or a wiener to that R, kind of try to keep that left side open a bit.
Yeah,
You like a
it's
you like a new here?
I do. I mean, it's definitely not the type of play you want to make, but the score and the leave is so strong, and the S is actually really strong here. You can play US under the U of Unbe, you can play IS under the I of Isne, and crucially, poly, that word ends in a Y, takes an S hook. So that can be pretty useful. We're not probably not going to see that go away anytime soon. So the S is very strong here. The H is going to be able to score on overlaps, and I think Tunnicliffe's going to want to just take a slower approach and slow Matt O'Connor down from continuing to score while he tries to build into a bingo. So I think a new here is what you want to do, but it also feels like there might be some 8-letter word that you want to make sure you're not missing through an R, through the M. The problem here is under 12 minutes already. This 20-minute clock, it just feels like, where did the time go?
Yeah, have you I've never played under a 20-minute clock. Have you yet or
Yeah, I definitely have. And it feels like at the beginning, it feels like you have to just like play really fast. But it's just a question, I think, of playing relatively fast in the beginning, because if you use too much time in the beginning, you're going to start to get like really panicky about your time situation. So we do see a new here. The deficit's now at 80 points for Matt Tunnicliffe. Matt O'Connor with a somewhat balanced draw, 4 vowels, 3 consonants, but not anything great. So there's going to be some respite for Matt Tunnicliffe here while Matt O'Connor decides whether he wants to take as many points as possible with something like Gab next to the NEW of a new, or if he wants to do something a little bit more balanced. For example, he could play something like Toga to the left of a new and keep only 2 vowels, and that doesn't really open anything either. It also sets up Ager and Bone, which isn't a huge deal here, but I wonder what direction Matt O'Connor is going to go. He's probably going to look at the unseen letters. This is where you start the balance of vowels and consonants to see if it's okay for you to leave so many vowels. It's definitely not something you want to do when you're ahead, Jason.
it looks like he is gonna risk leaving the vowels and play Gab alongside. Which I think is fine. Oba in that spot was rating slightly higher statically. But I think I think they both accomplished the same thing. Kind of further constricting that top half of the board and not giving anything back.
Yeah, yeah. The only issue is the vowels. We do see Connor's drawn another S there. He's just not likely to be able to continue scoring. But on this board, scoring is so difficult, and there was just one spot, and it was an overlap or an underlap on the left or the right. So now Matt Tunnicliffe, if he doesn't have a bingo, It's going to be kind of hard, but he still has that H. So probably HAE again in the same spot as earlier is what you want to do. Um, Maybe something getting rid of the O. There are a lot of O's left, so he's thinking about HOE, which is a little bit dangerous maybe with YEH. Where else would you play HOE? Yeah, I don't know about that, but maybe it's worth risking it. I mean, that takes a D hook, an R hook, an S hook. Dangerous.
Yeah, dangerous, but you are also down 109. So, at what point I mean, we're not quite at what I call suicide Scrabble stage yet. Could also play the HOE atop the YE to make HYE, but I feel like if he plays it, he would almost certainly play it below. A little gutsy, but then so is I mean, playing HAE there would also be gutsy. You could play it over, kind of set up the S hook for law and the hooks for HAE. That looks like the play that I would choose.
So HAE and YEH, or take the points with LAH.
LAAYEA and yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's the standard play, and I think it's probably just worth doing. But instead, we see a very aggressive play. I mean, this might be sort of a reaction to the previous play. Of it doesn't necessarily seem that O'Connor has anything fantastic here. So, I mean, I like the aggression. It's just gonna probably the door is gonna get shut on your chances of winning this game so quickly, so often. But Tunnicliffe decided it was worth the risk, and I think it's a pretty good gambit.
Especially given the situation where O'Connor has a bunch of vowels, does not really have the greatest of ways to block that. So, um, you know, I guess given Tunnicliffe's draw, he's going to kind of win the battle, but maybe lose the war here.
Yeah, I mean, in this particular situation, Matt O'Connor must not feel very comfortable. The only real way for him to block that is to play maybe something with hose like AI or something. But I feel like you're not getting rid of your S for that cheap. I think. Oh, he's thinking about Atios and hose. That is super interesting. That is the only six-letter word I think on Matt O'Connor's rack, and it does a good job at handling the threat. Doesn't take any hooks, and it leaves only the lone A, trying to draw into some scoring tiles, maybe that final blank. I was going to say play OO and OE, but I like this idea very, very much of Atios.
Yeah, I kind of like the OE idea. Also take six tiles out of the bag. As the person who is ahead in what is kind of largely a spreadless endeavor, it's always good to try to do what you can to end the game as quickly as possible. So it looks like he will go the Odios route, and even statically, it actually comes out pretty decently. So I'm sure if I were to sim it, it would probably move up even more. So yeah, definitely do not hate this.
Well, this is the sort of play that the engine does hate, and the engine is saying this is like a 15-point mistake. But I think there's a lot more in this position than meets the eye. And yeah, I think O'Connor, this is a very good practical decision for him to try and maintain his lead. But yeah, I guess, and OE, I think the problem is that you draw into a bingo so often and you do handle the threat pretty well. So there's a lot going in favor of just the short play, but I do like this play optically. I just don't. It's
Yeah.
definitely not a standard play, and it's the sort of play that Matthew O'Connor would talk about in his book, How to Play Scrabble Like Matthew O'Connor. So, I'd love to hear more about his thought process.
Yeah, and that's only like looks like about a 7.5 point mistake, so not even 15 statically. So again, and I'm sure if I were to sim it, it would jump up the defensive qualities of this play. So yeah, even statically, it's not terrible. So meanwhile, Matthew with more vowels, more vowel issues, um, and
I'm
not
loving
really.
the play. I'm loving the play as set up. By the way, sorry to interrupt.
It's okay. Uh, is
I
it
mean, this is so strong. Like setting up your
yeah.
S. Your opponent just played an S. Um, I mean, there's no way Matt O'Connor is keeping an S as his final tile with that play of Atios. So setting up your own S in this spot is so cool. He needs a little bit of help from the bag.
Yeah, he certainly has not gotten much help from the bag so far.
All right, he drew a
And
consonant.
now, and now the bag is saying "F you." So
So yeah, I mean, there's a lot going in Matthew O'Connor's favor right now. The time situation, he's up 4 minutes on his opponent. He's up 80 points, but he does have a threat to deal with that he's not even dealing with. He's deciding to just. I mean, I don't know how you really deal with it. You could have played Inia from the Eye of Isnai, but he's just going for points here. This is 20 points. Leaves the best tiles he can leave. He's going to bingo a decent amount with this play. This makes a lot of sense, and keep the scoring pressure on. Wow, are you
and,
seeing this top static play for
yes.
Matthew Tunnicliffe?
I was just about to quiz you and see if you saw it because Lord knows I would not have without computer assistance here. So I will
So
let
what?
you
Yeah, what we
tell
mean when we say
me the
top
one
static
play that
play.
will not be an exchange. Yeah.
Yeah, we've used this term a few times for those that are maybe newer to Scrabble or don't analyze as aggressively as some of the top players. The top static play refers to the play that is recommended by the engine immediately based on points and leave value. So the total value of the play is only based on those two factors. Oftentimes, it will be the best play, when we say the top static play, but sometimes it's not. And I think in this particular case, Webifies from the WEB for 34 points, keeping AU, is probably what you should do here, but it's hard to say. I mean, getting rid of your S, your best tile, keeping poorly, opening a triple, and just like losing the fight to try and draw a bingo. And it's also insanely hard to find.
Not to mention that you're killing your sevens off of Odios there.
Mhm.
Not really giving yourself a whole lot in terms of eights. Very constricted through the F, somewhat constricted through the I. Like you said, kind of burning the next to last S. Um, so yeah, probably right, but I could hear the pain in your voice as you said that. I'm not 100% sure it's right myself. So if you do exchange or if you play AUF or FIE, which looks like, and so he will go with the exchange into SEA, which seems appropriate. Maybe could have gotten rid of the A as well.
Yeah, and here we're seeing Pliant played immediately for Matt O'Connor. Again, he's noticing the time situation. This play doesn't do anything wrong. It blocks a little bit. It scores well. But luckily for Tunnicliffe, he doesn't have to think too hard about this next one. He's going to play Dotties and narrow the deficit to 38 points. So still a game.
And like
Turn
I said, you
72. Go
keep the
ahead.
A there for sure because you're gonna bingo more often. That's exactly what I said. Don't no don't nobody be rewinding here. But yeah, nice draw, and now he's back in this game.
Yeah, and O'Connor, I mean, he's still in a very good position. He's up 38 points. He has decent letters, but there is still a blank out. There's still an S out. There's still some good letters. Not a lot of vowels though. But we see Matt Tunnicliffe has drawn three of them. So we're seeing the play of Molted very quickly. This is the highest scoring play I think that's available to Matt O'Connor, but it does open some danger on both sides of the M and the O. I guess it makes sense because you're basically giving Matt Tunnicliffe one chance at um, hitting that spot, and then you'll probably deal with it next turn, and you're going for the blank. But it looks a little dangerous.
It looks very dangerous, but he played six tiles on two of the three previous turns, so he's just gonna keep with the turnover route. He's gonna feel a lot better seeing that case blank there. Very unlikely that your opponent picked a bingo out of the bag. You are kind of putting that O in a dangerous spot with the Z now on in the bag now on Tunnicliffe's rack. But yeah, also was his highest scoring play. So certainly see the logic behind it. Very interesting. Also very interesting that he made that decision, so very, very quickly. As meanwhile, Tunnicliffe is under 4.5 minutes. So I think we may just see a time pressure, kind of a time press the rest of the way from O'Connor.
Yeah, and I guess the question is, okay, what do you do instead? And all the other options seemed so poor for Matthew O'Connor's leave, given that there aren't that many vowels left, and he wants to go for that blank. So, putting the time pressure on, making a play that you know is going to work out a decent amount of the time, and just deal with the risk associated with it. So, yeah, Matthew Tunnicliffe under 4 minutes. It's I don't really know where to start here. I mean, you can just play Zook, Zouk next to the M and the O, leaving GIS, but that can't feel good to do. Just blocking the whole rest of the board on the right side. It's a tough one. He's looking at
It
saws.
is a tough one. I do not see anything I like yet, and he's just going to take the points with Saz and Hope, which I tend to agree is right.
Yeah, I mean, the leave is obviously a lot worse, but it complicates the game a lot. Unfortunately, the complications are not enough here because, yeah, we saw the case blank draw. Frontier is going down, and Matt Tunnicliffe is down 17 points. Or sorry, he's down 17 points now. He's going to be down 88, and he has two U's. So this looks pretty likely to go Matt O'Connor's way. There's still 13 tiles in the bag now. So maybe Tunnicliffe can make something happen. And we know he is so good at creating chances for himself in these really tough situations. But this looks really bad, Jason.
It does look really bad, and like you said, Matthew Tunnicliffe, that is one of his strengths is to figure his way out of very difficult situations. But I think this one's too difficult even for him, especially because he only has about 2.5 minutes to do so, or 3.5 minutes if he can find out a win by 10. But um, very good balanced post bingo draw for O'Connor. So yeah, not seeing a way out of this immediately.
I mean, if he knows the word Sheffy for Matthew O'Connor, will completely seal the deal. Cheffy, and it doesn't feel like Matthew Tunnicliffe is going to inhibit that spot. You could maybe play Kuia next to the blank O of Frontier, Kuia, or he could play a really cool play of Ceramic through the ERA. That is so hard to find with time pressure. But in either case, I mean, there's no S left to draw. There's no blank left to draw. We're seeing just gum, which makes sense. That recreates the lane on the right side. MOME will now play potentially, but yeah, this is extremely tough. If Sheffy comes down, it's over. If not, I mean, O'Connor does have a lot of decent choices here.
The Steffi compare might it be one that he knows either as a six full of clunky tiles or as an eight-letter bingo.
It doesn't. It does compare, yeah.
Okay.
But it's extremely low probability. And I guess if we had to enumerate a weakness of Matthew O'Connor's versus Matthew Tunnicliffe, it's definitely the words. Matthew Tunnicliffe has done an insane amount of studying and a lot of like very, very specific studying of certain words. And Matt O'Connor right now, I think, is grinding a lot, trying to learn, trying to fill the gaps. But that's never been his forte. He's always just been really fast, really strong strategically. So this sort of word is definitely something that he might miss.
I also feel like we would have seen it come down if he saw it.
I think it's also a situation where you might see it and just not be 100% sure, and so he could just be thinking, is it worth risking it? Obviously, the only way to lose here is if you reasonably is if you lose a turn with a phony word. You're in such good position if you just play like FY, for example, to the right of the blank O of Frontier.
Yeah, it looked like
Keep
he had Covey ready to go
blocks.
there. Now he's got Feist set up, which I guess would
Yeah,
go in the same spot. I was seeing it to the left, but I guess it probably plays a little bit better to the right as well.
Yeah, the idea is he wants to block that lane. That's probably the best. Yeah, that's definitely the best lane on the board next to the F of Frontier, something ending in a vowel. But like, there's no E's left, so I don't really know what I'm supposed to be worried about if I'm Matthew O'Connor. I mean, look at those unseen letters; they're just so horrible. But there are definitely a few threats available, and I think it's important to try and look for those threats if you don't know or see the word Sheffy, which just ends the game on the spot. Just to try and figure out what really, really awful case scenarios there might be in this spot. But yeah, it's Didikoi, I guess, plays with IF. Like, it's just, that's the sort of thing you're looking for. How do I lose in this spot?
Yeah, I think, I mean, I guess there's really just nothing you can do about the spot on the right, though, with maybe some sort of IA ending bingo coming down. Four I's, just the one A. I guess if you play Feis to the left, you do kind of block that P, but any bingo to the P is not going to score hardly anything more than 60. Do you
Yeah,
feel like this is just a spot where you just kind of take as many points as you can get, which in the non-Sheffy world actually isn't that much, surprisingly? Um,
yeah, and I guess you could have been
Sheffy's
considering
good.
blocking the right, because yeah, those will be hard hitting bingos ending in IA. But Chevy comes down, and there's going to be, I think, one more turn for Matthew Tunnicliffe to make something happen. He has CDKILOU. There's 5 tiles in the bag. I think you just have to play Codify to the FY and just like pray you draw into something. But there's probably some specific winning uh, winning chances here with another play. But with a minute and a half, like, I don't know what are we doing here? This is so difficult.
It is difficult. He still has the KUYA option, but Codify looks to be the best play, and he does see it and puts it down.
So 350, 394. If Matthew O'Connor has all consonants, this could work. Leaves one in the bag. Um, I don't think Tunnicliffe was ever drawing into something. Maybe he was. But yeah, this is going to be pretty routine for Matt O'Connor. Unseen to him, IIJKLTUV. He basically can't lose here. So he could just play anything.
Yeah, those are the 8 remaining tiles that you love to see when your opponent has just made a board opening play to leave one in the bag. You don't even really have to look at what you're blocking. So just play your best. I guess you can't really play the best end game here because there's one in the bag. But he'll take Groove. Probably going to go out fair amount of the time drawing into DAR here.
And yet the J is the last tile in the bag, which is pretty funny. So I think Kuya, I don't know if Matt Tunnicliffe spotted that at any point when he had it the last few moves, but that is his highest scoring move, and probably, yeah, his best endgame. Not by that much, though. Obviously, the end games here don't really matter. This is a best of 7 format, so unless there's a tie, the differential between the final scores are not is not important, which is unusual. This isn't a normal tournament format. If you're just joining, this is a match play format. But with 30 seconds left, I wonder if Matthew Tunnicliffe's going to take a time penalty again. It doesn't matter. We see Kith come down. That's going to give back some decent play to O'Connor, but it really doesn't matter, like I said.
Yeah, and this is one where you can probably does give him JAK. We'll see if Matthew makes his next play in the next 14, now 10 seconds. Probably just
Yeah.
vial
So
or
Jack
the A
comes
and Jack.
down. It's interesting. The end game player wasn't even giving those as an option, probably because of Vile. That's why. Yeah. If you play Jack or Jark, you give back Vile or Verl. So you weren't actually supposed to do that. So this actually works out pretty well for Matt Tunnicliffe, but again, it doesn't really matter. There's 3 out plays here available to O'Connor. He finds the best one of Rod for 7, and the final game 450, or the final score, excuse me, 452. Matthew O'Connor 398. Matthew Tunnicliffe. Let's listen to the overhead mic here.
To play sax. It's a good bingo leave. I probably keep the S back.
With Sachs is 69 keeping EIR. That's pretty good.
Oh, socks with the E on the end. Yeah, that might be worth it. Yeah. I assume you drew two vowels.
I drew arson plus an E.
This is such a sketchy play, but it actually turns this into a live bingo
The
spot.
pool was pretty trash from my
Yeah.
perspective. There wasn't gonna be anything ending in like EL.
Bad for my. I think I kept like UCK something garbage there.
Oh, Sheffy is a word. Cheffy. That would have scored infinitely many points.
I was gonna do some like
would've-
stupid Lauer crap if you forced me to. There was still a G unseen, so it doesn't actually even work.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, Sheffy would have been 72. Imagine seeing no power tiles there and hearing 72.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to play this, but I didn't see what else I would do.
Yeah, maybe I missed a bingo that turn.
What did you have?
I kept HES
With what?
with a new. So I want
No.
G and T.
Those are it.
That's it. I also was like, there's got to be something there.
Oh, Fronter does take an S.
Yeah, that's.
I somehow didn't know that. Yeah, that's why. I knew there was something weird about it. I guess we just gotta keep going.
Do we square?
I tracked correctly, but
I somehow
All
tracked
right.
correct despite.
So a little bit of a fun postmortem there. Yeah, Matthew O'Connor lamenting the Sheffy thing. It didn't matter. He was so far in the lead. He played such a brilliant beginning of the game. So game one goes to Matthew O'Connor. Yeah. So Jason, have you ever played a match play format like this one? I have, and it's really different from a regular tournament situation because you're just going against the same player. Is this something you've done like locally? Maybe not like in a streamed format. I'm sure you've done that, right?
Right. Yeah, usually when I get together with friends for a session, and I know you've had marathon sessions like this. I think my last one we played 14, 16. Sometimes we'll play 14, 16 games in one day, and it certainly seems very swingy. Like momentum certainly exists in Scrabble, where one player will win the first four, and then the next player will win five out of the next six. So I have not done it in a tournament format, and I know that you have quite often. So what's that experience been like for you?
It's just so much fun. It's like it's more compact in that like you don't know who am I going to play next round. Like it's more relaxed in that way where you sort of like you know who you're going to play, know what's coming next, and you can just prepare for it mentally. And you don't even have to move. You don't have to switch boards. You don't have to ask the director what's going on, when is the round starting. You don't have to wait for other people. So it's a lot of fun, but it's also brutal in that if you lose to the same person like even twice in a row, it just the psychology of that is so difficult to overcome. So yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think there should be more of it, especially with players of the caliber we're seeing today. I think it's an incredibly awesome thing to watch, and I think that if I were a sponsor for Scrabble, I would want to see stuff like this rather than just a regular tournament setting. So I hope we see more stuff, and it's great that Let's Play Scrabble. I mean, Let's Play Scrabble is, let's face it, the only platform, the only group that is bringing you this sort of matchup live. So it's just such a great thing to be able to witness it. I've been a part of two. I've lost both of them, so I'm happy to just commentate for the rest of my days.
Yeah, I think it was 2008, that time frame when I ran a match play tournament, which was kind of unique at the time. Now that was kind of different because it was 32 players, just a weekend 15 game tournament, so it was just five best out of threes. I love seeing the innovation in I think best of 13. Is that what the next match play tournament is, or best of 11s? With smaller fields and elite fields. I think that's great, and yeah, I do. I love the head-to-head long, long match format of Scrabble, and it's been really good to kind of see that take hold with stuff like this that Let's Play Scrabble is doing with the best of sevens as kind of lead-ins or run-ups to big tournaments. So it's really cool to see.
Yeah, and we really hope you're enjoying this this format, this live stream. Huge thanks to Let's Play Scrabble for putting this together. This is the beginning of Lake George. The main event starts tonight. A bunch of players right now are playing in the early bird, but we're going to be focused on this match. And without further ado, the players are ready for round 2 of a potential 7. Matthew Tunnicliffe will be going first this time. And so, yeah, let's bring you guys what you're here for, and feel free to like, subscribe if you can afford it. There's memberships available. You can become a Let's Play Scrabble super friend. We really thank our super friends for sponsoring this sort of content. But if you're just here, if you're watching, if you're liking, we're very happy. So Matthew Tunnicliffe to go first. AAOO, not what you really want to see after an early loss, but I think he's so strong here mentally. I think that's one of his strengths. He's just so strong under pressure, and this isn't terrible. You can play something like a foot here. It's coming down immediately.
Yeah, I think that's one of Matthew's more underrated strengths. You don't ever see him get too high or too low. There are players where you walk past them and if they're doing well or not. And I try not to be one of those players, although I usually am. And Matthew is like the epitome of you don't know if he's 2-8 or 9-1 or anywhere in between when you see him. So he plays a foot, goes the turnover route, is rewarded with the blank, with the J and the Y that may hinder his bingo chances immediately. And now O'Connor very close to a bingo, just with the double E double I.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting spot. I think he was about to play heroin. He spotted it a little bit into his thought process. Then he saw that he could play Heine for 28 with a bunch of overlaps. But I think taking 40 instead of 28 is definitely the call here. So yeah, good play. I was worried for a second he was considering HIE, which would have been a pretty big mistake. But yeah, 40 to 18, a good start for O'Connor. Let's see what he draws out of the bag. But Tunnicliffe, like you said, has drawn into a blank, and I guess you have to just look for bingos here. And there actually are a couple available.
Yes, he could play joyances through either of the E's, or he could play the seldom seen Johannas, Yojanas, hooking, the S to heroin or various other options. So I imagine that he would know at least one, if not both of those words. And he will go
Yeah.
with.
So, I mean, it's 6 more points to play joyances. I feel like that's worth doing here. Even though this is a far more defensive option. And Joy for 39 also is definitely worth thinking about, making OH and YE, just passing up the bingo with such a strong lead. But 78 here. This might also have a small chance of getting challenged. We're playing in 5-point challenge. So if you're not 100% sure of a word, you should probably hit that middle button on the timer and just risk losing 5 points. But we don't see that. We see QI for the second time in 2 games. What a surprise.
For the second time in 2 games, and both times from O'Connor holding an eye in reserve. So Tunnicliffe has found a couple of eyes himself, so we'll see if he uses that spot or if he has another idea in mind.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. I feel like the best plays, regardless, I mean, not thinking about defense, are hooking that Q, Rudy, Rudie, and Uriide. Both play in that spot, but they both open a pretty dangerous triple. I don't know which is more dangerous, the U, now that the Q is gone, or the R in that triple lane. I think I would just put the U there, even though it's a vowel most of the time. I feel like you'd rather put a consonant in that spot.
Yeah, that's interesting to hear you say that. All the M's and I guess only one F, but B's, like it certainly feels to me like it's more dangerous to put the U there than the R. Of course, I suppose the B and the F and the C and stuff like that goes before the R just as easily as it goes before the U as well.
Yeah, it also might have to do. There are a lot of E's left still. I don't know if that's a big thing here. An I versus an E and an I, there's not a huge difference in that leave value on a board like this. So I think, yeah, I think I would go for Uriad. I actually think it's more defensive. So the uh, engine is saying that the opponent scores a bit less than a point more after Uriad than after Rudy. So it's really, really close between the two. And I think just keeping the lone I might be a little bit safer. And that's why it prefers taking 3 more points. Yeah, I mean I think that's the main difference. Is it's 3 points difference.
Yeah, three points difference, and if your opponent's only getting one more back, 3 - 1 is greater than 0. So he will go the Uriide route.
Yeah, a very nice decision here. Yeah, again, playing short in that spot probably not worth it. The board is open enough. There's a lot of scoring spots. I know a lot of players are worried about opening triples, and you can definitely get burned. But these top guys are they have very very frozen blood. They have just nerves of steel, and they'll get burned on triples. They'll get tripled, and they'll open a triple next round. So we see boot come down very quickly for Matthew O'Connor. There really wasn't much to think about. You can't play BITTOUR through the U and set up an S hook unless you're me.
Yeah, INRT a great leave, especially with 8 E's to draw.
And we see it. Not a great draw from Tunnicliffe. He left a lone I. The first 2 tiles you saw were 2 more. But Lisa's rack has been filled up by a few consonants, and I think we're going to see the potentially icing come down, making NY and GO. The problem with that is so many hooks to the triple.
I was going to say, do you just want to play it safe and play Nigiri through the R and Uriide, but is that even safer?
Exactly. It's not even safe. Nothing is safe. You have a lead here, 35 points. So that definitely comes into play. I feel like when you're ahead around this amount and it's your turn, taking points and leaving scoring spots open seems to be the best approach. But balancing with Nigiri, like you get rid of all 3 of your eyes at once, and you keep a C and an E, which is going to be able to score no matter what. Versus icing, you might draw a bunch more vowels and not be able to score on this board. So it's a tough one. I don't know if there's any other plays to consider. Maybe you could play. How else do you get rid of 2 eyes? Genie Eye through the N of Johanna's? Like, I mean,
That's
I
pretty
don't
much
think
it. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
yeah, tough one here. Tough one here for Tunnicliffe. But what we have seen is he's been playing a little bit faster or significantly faster than last round. And I feel like that was definitely a factor in the previous game that led to his demise. But this is a tough turn. I'm not sure what I would do. I think I'd do icing.
I would probably do icing too, but I do tend to go toward those more aggressive plays, especially because you have that U in the triple line, which, as we've learned, is not really that dangerous because now this is going to be the second turn that it goes unused. But if you're going to open up something like you are with icing, potential backplay, at least you still keep that top part of the board potential for yourself. That would leave IE, which is certainly not bad. Even though Tunnicliffe has shown quite the propensity for drawing vowels so far in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's super interesting. Like, if you play Nigiri through the R, you're setting up the triple on the left, which isn't really accessible with that U so far to the right. But you're also setting up huge overlaps. Like, a bunch of plays that already play through the U are going to be made even better by overlapping the 2 I's. Um, So I feel like you're giving it's if we had to answer the question, is Nigiri safer? It is not safer at all. You might just be helping your opponent score 40, 50 points easily. So yeah, I feel like
What's your
Tunnicliffe
opinion?
found icing, but he just doesn't want to play it. What were you going to say?
Oh, what's your opinion on the CE leave versus the IE leave then? Which is the difference between nigiri and icing? One of the differences.
I definitely prefer the CE here, just for the sake of the fact that Matt Tunnicliffe is ahead. If he were behind, I think EI might maybe be slightly better. He'd be likelier to bingo on the next turn. But keeping a balance of constants and vowels is extremely important. People think it's only important when the game is even or when you're behind, but it's actually more important when you're ahead so that you can continue to apply scoring pressure and not fall into situations where your opponent is getting ahead by some bad draws on your part. So I really wonder. I mean, I just mentioned how Tunnicliffe is using his time better this game, but this turn has taken over 4 minutes. You see that if you have some nice eyes, you can see under his time shows how much he's taken on this decision. 4 minutes and 22 seconds and counting. That is a huge chunk of his time for this game.
I was just about to ask, how long in a 20-minute game, how long do you take on one turn before you're like, all right, just pick something? He's going to go, and he will go Genii, basically, like we said, the only other way to get rid of two eyes at once.
Yeah, I feel like this is too little. The board is so open. Your opponent's likely to score no matter what. I feel like playing icing. It seems bad, but I think we needed to see that come down. Now we're seeing rung through the U. This makes perfect sense. Keeping IRT, keeping the balance, getting rid of that bigger triple, and again playing fast. And we see the blank draw for Matt Tunnicliffe.
Didn't Probably should have skipped ahead and looked at ring versus rung. I kind of liked ring off of putting the W next to the E in your eye, but it looks like rung is probably a little bit better.
Yeah, I think in this case, with all those eyes gone, especially after the two eyes were just played, the eye becomes a pretty valuable tile. We don't like the eye in general because it is terrible when it duplicated. So if you have more than one eye, I mean, I'm sure everybody that's played Scrabble has experienced this firsthand. But because there were so few eyes left, I think keeping the eye, keeping the lone eye with the RT was a huge advantage, and getting rid of that triple. We're seeing view here for 30. But wave is 3 more points. Okay, Matthew Tunnicliffe is changing it. He's only up 14. He has the blank. No need to be cagey here. I think you want to open the board, actually. This looks good.
Yes, yeah, might as well take the 3 points. So I wonder if he just didn't see it right away, or what was going on there. So back to O'Connor, who is now behind with the tough rack.
Yeah, and I feel like the standard play here is kind of hard to spot Divot in the same spot he's about to play Vidiot, but I wonder if Vidiot is better. It's 2 more points going for that blank, but you're opening a big triple. You're opening that eye as well for huge plays. It seems close. I probably would have gone with Divot, tried to maintain that E in wave open. I feel like after Vidiot, it's so much likelier that play is going to come down that blocks that E, which is a prime bingo spot for Matt O'Connor.
Is Idiot keeping the V as a hook? It's probably a hair too fancy, eh?
Yeah, but let's not speak about fancy when right now we might see an insane triple triple. We were just talking about how these top players are totally fine leaving triple triples open. This might have been the tiny mistake that ended the game on the spot. There is one triple triple available for Matthew Tunnicliffe, and I think he spotted it. I think he's just double checking in his mind that it's a valid word, if I were to guess.
Yeah, because 176 is going to get challenged basically every time if there is any shred of doubt in O'Connor's mind. So, but do expect to see curvated go down here at some point.
And it's a similar situation to the last game with Sheffy, where if you're wrong about Sheffy, you're giving your opponent like decent chances back in the game. If Matthew Tunnicliffe loses a turn here with curvated, he'll only be up 15. Matt O'Connor could have some really good letters to bingo and equalize. Then Matt Tunnicliffe will certainly bingo after that, but it becomes a situation where you don't have a strong foothold on the result of the game. So you have to be, I would say, over 95% sure that curvated is valid to play it here, because you have options such as e caudate to the E of wave, maybe vacuated from the V if you want to take a couple extra points, but he is playing it. And this is
Yeah, I was
going
gonna say,
to,
I feel like you don't have to quite be 95%. I would probably put it more like in the 80s, just because it's so many points and it's basically game over, if it's right. So, and
yeah, and it's getting
the
challenged.
yeah, insta challenged as expected.
All right, let's take a look. Oh, we got the challenge cam. Oh, this is going to be a funny POV look. Can we even see their heads? It's just staring down at us. I love this camera view. But yeah, this is probably game over. Matthew Tunnicliffe is now up almost 200 on Matthew O'Connor, who has only one vowel. And yeah, I think you might be right in the context of this game. You don't have to be 95%. But I feel like in the context of the matchup, if you lose a turn here, it's really bad for your self-esteem.
I see what you're saying. But I think the fact that even if you lose a turn here, the fact that you're going to score 80 next turn regardless, I think for me that would kind of make me a little bit more emboldened to try something that I wasn't, maybe 95% on. If that was my only bingo, or if that comes off, there's only one playable bingo, and obviously the opponent, is going to block it. Yeah, then I would probably just play the safe option.
Yeah, and speaking of safe options, I feel like Matthew O'Connor, there's no more safe options for him this game. He just has to throw everything at Tunnicliffe, just hope that it sticks, hope that Tunnicliffe's drawing like the worst possible tiles. But I think after that draw, another 6 consonant rack for O'Connor, not drawing a hook to that G, it's pretty much GG. I mean, look at this post bingo draw. Oh my god, it's just so beautiful. When I see an H and then a Z on my post bingo draw and on my head, I'm just like, okay, I got this. Like this is so nice.
Exactly, especially after you've just that bingo just scored 181. So, I mean, anything looks nice after you've just tripled. So,
Fair enough. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, anything is good here. I guess if I were Tunnicliffe, the play is looking at Thio is the safest option. I wonder if there's some 6 letter extension to Thio. Like we know thionate, close to thiozoles, thiazines. But yeah, Thio looks super strong. Just keep that Z in reserve. You're going to be able to score 30, 40 with it easily. This one's over.
it's over. But now you have me looking up the extensions to Thio.
I mean, that's the beauty of Scrabble, right? There's sometimes games that are just completely over, far from the end, but there's still a lot of cool stuff that could happen. And the further away from victory you get, the more creative you can get in trying to like
That is
play
well
something
said.
crazy.
Looks like there are five 6 tile extensions of Thio. Now I have to get to look at the pool to see what is available. Oh, no eyes, so that'll take out a couple of them.
Oh, whoops! I put in the wrong play here. Yeah, we're mesmerized by this potential. So 206 to 392 after that play of Mark. And okay, not a great draw. Just 4 consonants. And I would say, I mean, maybe not in this case. I don't think it matters in this case. But if you're ahead by around 100 points, Jason, I think the number one rule is close triples and keep a vowel and a consonant at a bare minimum on your rack so that you avoid the worst possible draws.
That is very well said. The only way you lose this game is if you get caught with either 7 vowels or 7 consonants at a point where your opponent throws another one if a vowel, if you have all vowels, or consonant if you have all consonants in the triple line. So yeah, so we see Tunnicliffe being fairly defensive by playing Zell's, parting with his Z and S fairly cheaply, but again, making sure that he's going to have a balanced track next turn.
Yeah, like you could have played Blaze to the Ingenii. Probably in this case that would have been fine. But again, it's all academic from here, and just being safe and not having to think is a good idea for such a long matchup. And let's not forget, these guys are playing the full main event starting tonight after this match, so um, they might be thinking about conserving energy in that regard too.
Good to see a first place prize of $250 here, something to incentivize both of these players to kind of fry their brain a little bit before they get started in the main event. I'm sure that both of these guys are good people and would probably just do it for the content and for the benefit of the tournament and of the game, but. Very cool to see Let's Play Scrabble offering a cash prize to the winner of this series.
Yeah, 250. That's a better prize than I think last year or the year before. But again, I didn't I didn't have access to those prizes, so I couldn't tell you. I want to mention the pretty elegant find of Eidos by Matt O'Connor. Again, like the game is over, but he's still finding these plays so well and so quickly. Bapu, another great decision to just block those lanes by Matt Tunnicliffe. So he's up 200 points, but yeah, I still like the way both these guys are playing.
Yeah, question as to what Bills jersey O'Connor is wearing. I did see him before we got started. I did see him walk away, but I don't remember seeing a name on the back. I did see um, it looks like it's the number 69, which, as somebody in chat has pointed out, is the Bills long snapper. I think his last name is Ferguson. Even as a Buffalo Bills fan, I can't tell you who the long snapper is offhand. So no, that's a very good question. And if he walks away, again, we'll have to see if there is a name on the back of that jersey.
Yeah, I think I've seen this particular jersey. Unless I'm making it up, I think it is Ferguson that he's wearing.
Okay.
And he's worn
Do
it
we
before.
do we know what connection he has with or what admiration he has of the Buffalo Bills long snapper? That I mean, because I guess 50 or 60 NFL man roster, like, I think the long snapper would probably be, somewhere in
50.
last or next to last in terms of people whose jersey I would want to own. So
I don't know. I think my generation and younger probably has a pretty good answer to that question as to why he chose this particular number. But
okay, so you think it's more which is what I was going to get to. You think it's more the number as opposed to the player.
he probably has. I mean, one of the other things about O'Connor, I mean, he's an incredible Scrabble player, but he's also a trivia whiz, and he runs trivia in these tournaments. He will be running one actually this year as well. And he is an encyclopedia of knowledge of so many different things. So there might also be some other reason that he's wearing this jersey. He probably knows a lot more about the long snapper than any other person in the room. So Namaste coming down. So he does get a bingo. He does get over 300, O'Connor, and he's going to draw 2 tiles out of the bag, R and U. So he'll be able to go out next turn. So I think Matt Tunnicliffe is just going to take as many points as he can in this spot, and he has 62.
The thio extensions, by the way, thiocyanic, thiofurans, thiopental was actually available with that P that Tunnicliffe had. Thiophenes, PHENES, and thiouracil.
Wow, that's
So
crazy.
actually close to that, yeah. So O'Connor had the CAL, the UR was in the back. All the I's were gone though. That was the problem. I think thio was the last I.
Wow. Those are really cool. I'm going to forget them in like 10 seconds.
I already have, I think so.
So look at this. Okay, so Yapon coming down. Pony is slightly better. Doesn't really matter. But oh no, Yapon is bet. Oh, Pony would have given back UR and YAR. Actually, this is correct. Never mind. I should should give some more respect to these guys. So yeah, this is going to bring Tunnicliffe to 513 plus 5 for the challenge on the 5-letter word. It's nice to get 5 on a 5. And is going to go out in a variety of spots, best of which is 6 points. He's probably already spotted it, O'Connor. And this game, too, with 14 minutes on Matt O'Connor's clock, is going to go to Matthew Tunnicliffe. So far, we have a pretty even match. I mean, this game was far from close, but yeah, a win's a win and a loss is a loss in this format.
The old Jim Valvano line: a W is a W, an L is an L. So this one will go down as a W for Tunnicliffe and an L for O'Connor. Tunnicliffe will take the spread lead just in on the off chance this ends 3-1, and hopefully we can hear the overhead mic.
Literally, I couldn't find a way to spend 2 lives. Find a way to spend 2 lives. I think I just missed so I can just play just make you smarter. Why did I not like that? I just didn't like that you come through here and just get money points all the time. I think I just missed something really hard. Okay, forward knob.
So some discussion here, not much to think about when the game is so far out of reach, but I think the one thing, if I was O'Connor to look back at it, was the idiot turn might have been just a little bit too risky in that spot, and it really didn't work out for him. But both players played this game super well. I think the Genii turn was actually the biggest mistake of the game. So yeah, I don't know if they're going to be ready to play round 3 so quickly. But we'll get word from our producers who are on scene. Okay, we will take a break eventually, but before that, again, I want to remind people this is a best of 7 match between Matthews, the top 2 players at this event. Tunnicliffe rated 2100, O'Connor rated almost 2100. They're playing a best of 7, and matches is currently at 1-1. This is the beginning of the scheduled live streams at Lake George. Have you ever been here, Jason Idalski?
I have not, sadly. Been to Albany quite a few times. The New Year's tournament, actually, not the July 4th, and I was thinking about it this year. It just did not quite work with my schedule. But one of these years, I will have to check it off the list.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so beautiful here. I don't mean to make anyone jealous, but I'm sitting in front of a window. The foliage is there. There's just view of the mountains. There's from upstairs, you can even see the lake. It's just such an amazing event to play in, but also just to bring your friends and family around. They can just enjoy themselves in this touristy town at the very end of tourist season. So it's always a great event. That's why it's so popular. 120 players will be playing over the weekend. There's a bunch of players playing the early bird right now, and we have 2 players that we're focusing on. So if you are enjoying what you see, tell your friends, tell your family about the live stream, about the tournament. We're here to make memories. We're here to broadcast the game that we love. And we're going to take a short break before round 3. Jason, thank you for commentating. This is so much fun. I wonder if you have any predictions for round 3.
No, I'm just happy that our best of 7 has become a best of 5, and like I said, I would be very surprised if either player won the next 3 games. So that'll be my not going out on a limb prediction that this will go at least 6 games.
Okay, great. And we're going to show you, don't go anywhere, a beautiful live outdoor cam during this break. So see you in just a bit for more Scrabble. Alrighty, welcome back everybody to today's marquee matchup in Lake George, beautiful Lake George, New York. I am Josh Sokol, joined by Jason Idalski. We have the Matthews ready for round 3 of a potential 7. Jason.
Like I said, our best of 7 has turned into a best of 5. Both games, one player kind of getting out to an early lead and hanging on. So let's see if we can if there will be a comeback in one of these next 2 or 3 minimum games, potentially 5.
Yes, indeed. So the players are seated. They are ready for the third round. Reminder, you will see this on the screen when we show the players, but there are a few differences in this format versus the regular format. There's a 20-minute clock. That's 5 minutes less per player than usual. And it's a match play format, so the there aren't, you could have like resignations allowed in this sort of format, but we're going to play the games through. But the point differential between the games doesn't really matter unless there's a tie. So without further ado, let's show the two guys. Matthew O'Connor will be first in this round 3 game. And yeah, it's been great so far. We saw a triple. I love to see that, or hate to see that if we're fans of Matthew O'Connor. And we'll see what he draws. We had some interesting draws. The first tile we saw in game 1 was the Q. The first tiles we saw in game 2 were AAOO. AO again. Oh wow! Look at that. So ACOOOPR, the opening rack for Matthew O'Connor. I'm thinking Poco. That's the first thing that jumps out to me. POCO. I don't think that takes an S. Would you be sure of the hook?
I would not be, but I know that Coop takes an S on both sides, so I'm probably still playing Poco. Unless okay, just setting up an alphabetical. Coup setting up the P probably seems a little bit too fancy. Same for Oop, and all the front hooks that it contains. So
Yeah, and just a little bit of information. We heard from Matthew O'Connor in the chat the reason that he's wearing number 69 Ferguson. It's the longest tenured player on the Buffalo Bills, and being from the Buffalo area, Syracuse area to be precise, Matthew O'Connor likes that.
yes, it was nice to hear that it was the player and not the number, as certain people were theorizing.
I wonder who those people were. And another thing, Matthew Tunnicliffe, hailing from Ottawa, the capital of Canada. Another thing to mention is Matthew O'Connor has made lots of strides in terms of like what he's doing for Scrabble content in general. I think maybe even just a year ago or more, people were loathing seeing Matthew O'Connor on live stream because of the way that he organized his tiles in any order whatsoever on his rack. But I think, yeah, the biggest change is that he's now, I think he's only doing this for content. I don't think that in general in his games anymore. I'm not sure. Maybe he does put his tiles right side up, but it's great to see more people, contributing to content. That's obviously not the only way. As wow, 2.2 minute turn already for O'Connor. That's not the only way O'Connor is benefiting the Scrabble community right now. He has his book, How to Play Scrabble Like Matthew O'Connor. That's a huge thing. He keeps adding to it. He's giving some lessons to people. I don't know if he does private lessons. I think he might. He's commentating, he's live streaming, he's producing. So we see the play of Coop. Very interesting, aggressive decision to put that C on the center square, set up the S hook, set up the T hook. I'm not a huge fan of this, but it's a cool play.
It also seems very un-O'Connor like, right? Like I just assumed that we would see Poco, don't slot any vowels, like don't give anything back to your opponent. I am surprised to see this, and I'm not sure why you're doing that when you don't have an S. If you do have an S, I see it. Um, doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Maybe you have some insight that I do not.
Yeah, so as Matthew Tunnicliffe is hopefully not going to play Frouse, F-R-O-U Z-E, but yeah, he's thinking about this. So I think the reason this is played is if co-opt comes down, if the T-hook comes down, the top left of the board is extremely hard to access. The problem with this play is that, yeah, scoop is a word. So if coops happens, then there's going to be access to the top left of the board pretty much no matter what. But I think for the long-term potential, there's a decent chance that this board will be well under control. And with the AOR leave, the aggression of setting that C up and that P up in those prime spots can lead to an early bingo that takes a pretty strong lead. So I think that was the thought process here. I still don't think it was a play that I would make. But we're seeing browse here. That is, I think, the correct play by Tunnicliffe. He could have also played Zerf on top, making Zoan up, but that would have been prime for overlaps. This scores 8 more points. It's just the FP leave. Jason, I don't like that at all.
Yeah, but I still think it's the right play. It's 43. By far his highest scoring play. Gets I'm not as down on the FP leave as you are, of course, but when you only draw one vowel into it, I guess that's one of the reasons not to like it. Also forgot about the T hook to coup, but now I see what you're saying makes sense because after a play like Browse, we can certainly see a board configuration in these next few turns here where the upper left quadrant is just totally not being used and also very difficult to access. Now the problem for O'Connor is that after Tunnicliffe scores 43, he's down 27. He doesn't really have a very high scoring play this turn, so that may end up being a good thing for Tunnicliffe to have a closed board and an inaccessible quadrant.
Yeah. So it looks like Matt O'Connor spotted this really cool play of Pro Now I. I don't like it as the top. I mean, it's a very good play. It's pretty elegant, but I think it's a little bit dangerous to float that I out there. The overlaps on the AOI are pretty damaging, and the lone D is not going to help you too much on this board. So I would have maybe preferred something like Prod in the same spot, but it seems pretty close. Probably not a mistake, but another play that I'm a little bit curious about the logic. This is going to give Tunnicliffe pretty easy decision, I would say. In this
If he gets the
particular
nickel from
instance.
it is being held, so that may swing it in its favor. Also a
Interesting.
situation where if you're Tunnicliffe, do you just want to plop the Q next to it, or are you almost just better off, even if it is phony, of it staying on?
Yeah, I'm curious about that. I should get the definitions working for this. Sorry about that, folks at home. I'll definitely fix that.
It was though. I thought it was.
It has definitions for the North American, whereas not the CSW. I
Oh,
just
okay.
need to change the code a little bit. Um,
So meanwhile, Matthew, again with that one vowel rack here.
yeah, I mean just QI, I think, right?
I think yeah. Okay, so it looked like he was looking at other stuff, but especially in a 20-minute game, it feels like you just slap down QI and move on. Unless I mean, I guess you could do something fancy like, play sample, hooking the S to make browses and hope to draw an eye. Um, but that seems just a little bit too cute. So the Q comes down, and now unbared will be coming down.
Yes, indeed. And there you go. I got the definitions working. Sorry about that again. So unbear, the only bingo for Matthew O'Connor, coming down to take a 40-point lead. And we see a vowel draw for Matt Tunnicliffe, which is what he was hoping for.
By the way, I also had Coopered as an extension to Coop. Maybe that was part of the logic behind the play and the placement. Now makes me wonder if there's any other four-tile extensions to Coop other than Coopting or co-opting that I may not be thinking of.
And wow, what a great draw, too, from Matt O'Connor. He's going to bingo again next turn, at the very least with dieting and GU after maybe flop comes down on top of the EARE. There's maybe something better than that. So this is a great swing in in O'Connor's favor. But flop seems like a really, really strong play. I feel like I wouldn't think much longer about this position, but I guess you don't necessarily want to block the board when you're behind 40. But I think flop
He does.
is
He
so
does have
strong.
he does have a creative option B, which is to play poem, making Zoo, ENE, and AM actually scores 8 more points. Again, kind of leaves everything super wide open. So you may the FLS leave versus the EMS leave. EMS is probably a better leave. So I do expect to see flop here, but there is certainly some merit to the cute poem.
Yeah. Yeah, Engine's giving flop a pretty significant edge, but Poem for 44 a very strong play as well. If we don't see flop come down, if we don't see that spot, those 5 letters blocked, I think Giddiest at the very least for O'Connor is going to be pretty high scoring. And it does make sense when you're at a deficit to leave lines open. It doesn't really make sense when you're only down 40 to leave a triple open. So I feel like if it were me, I would prefer to make a more restricted move, even if it hinders me, because it's going to hinder my opponent a lot as well. And with the board the way that it is, Jason, it's just like the C in Coop is going to stay there until someone plays something with QI to that triple. There's not really a spot for the S. So that's another reason why you might be a little bit hesitant to keep a bingo leave here.
Yeah, this is certainly not the board you want to be looking at when you're down 40. Again, somehow Matthew or O'Connor drew a bingo that will play in multiple spots through the D, through the R, and then editing, dieting off of the U and unbared, making goo. So, but yeah, on the whole, this board is not very amenable to bingos.
Yeah, and this is the perfect scenario for O'Connor. Not only that he's drawn unblockable bingos, that I'm sure he's spotted multiple options. When you're waiting for your opponent to make a move, having a plan A, a plan B, I think plan A might be Giddiest. He's going to be able to find like nines maybe through the ZO or the EN after the 3-minute think by Tunnicliffe. We like this play of flop, and we'll see if O'Connor is able to adjust pretty quickly to the board after flop and just make his plan B play of editing or dieting. There is 1-9 playable. It's pretty cool.
It was there before though. There are no new nines. Just the one that was already there with genetic.
I feel like hasn't somebody played that? I don't know. I don't know. If anybody knows whether someone's played Digenetic, it's probably Matthew O'Connor. And we can't.
I was going to say Nigel's probably played it, but
what about that draw for Tunnicliffe? I think.
Oh, that's a nice one. That'll play.
That should play.
Well, certainly play after editing, dieting.
Yes.
It always tilts me when I see my opponent have a rack like that after playing off 4. It's like,
what about after playing off 7, having a dieting rack?
This. I mean, yes. Having an opponent dieting, editing with the blank after playing off 7 is also quite tilting.
Yeah, it's a good thing we're commentating, right? So yeah, I mean, this is
here. This should end up being a pretty, hopefully our first close end game of the day here.
Well, it's still early. Let's not do the commentator curse, but yeah, we'd love to see a close game. That's fine. So dieting versus editing, it's probably really close between the two. It's probably not worth thinking about too much. So this will bring O'Connor to 183 to 110, and Tunnicliffe to respond with a bingo of his own. I guess the first thing I'd look for is a 7-way overlap, or 6-way overlap, excuse me.
Yeah, I guess I probably should have realized that he was going to play dieting. I'm assuming that time was just spent for looking through 9s through the OR, or maybe even the PE, again, of which there are none.
Yeah, definitely when you have a blank, you have to take a little bit longer to make sure you're not missing something. The blank could be 26 different letters. That increases your options tremendously and exponentially. So If we see a player, like we have the options in front of us, and it's like, okay, there's 3 bingos. I mean, the player is working on their own, has to just make sure they're not missing something. It's so hard to find words when you have a blank.
One of the unusual board figurations where none of the sevens in that rack play. All of his playable bingos are eights, of which he has quite a few. Edamine's from the E, scoring the most was 76 because it doubles the M. What are you looking for in a turn like this where you have a bunch of, you have a 76, a 74, 272s? Are you just looking not to slot vowels? Are you looking at what hooks you're giving back? Like what's informing your decision here?
Yeah, I would probably look for how dangerous the triple is that I'm opening, because I know I'm going to be playing vertically once I've decided that I haven't found a 7-letter word that overlaps. I'm going to be playing vertically. What I'm a little bit worried about here is the K hook, ketamines. That could score 50 points easily, but there is only 1 K. I also want to mention what's weird about this board. All of the triples are still open. None of the triples have been taken yet, and this is like a pretty long time on a board that isn't really that constricted, that the triples are just sitting there.
Yeah, nice spot of the Edamine's hook. I do wonder if that will become a factor in this game because certainly all sorts of
Sorry,
ways.
wait. Oh my god. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. You see that
That's
word
okay.
that's Tunnicliffe has lined up on his
Yes.
draw? That is probably his most infamous phony he's ever gotten away with.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. I didn't know the story behind it.
Yeah, there's a long. I'm sorry, I had to laugh at that. He's just that's so insane to have drawn that. It's such an improbable set of letters. Oh man. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Well, I mean, more important is that the K is there, and that could certainly play a big role in who wins this game. It's not like, the K front hook, but that's all you can do with it. You can very easily play both sides, 4-letter words, ending in K. There's a lot of those that fit OOK, OAK, et cetera, et cetera. You can play the other way with the nice, alternating consonant vowel combination. So this is very interesting. That O'Connor or that Tunnicliffe has picked the K. And if you're O'Connor, what do you do without having it? Do you make a play like Webb off of dieting to kill the spot because it's so important and so fruitful? Do you maybe play off a bunch of tiles trying to find that K yourself?
Yeah, it's definitely a somewhat big factor in this game because, yeah, you could easily see a 50, 60, maybe even 70-point play making ketamines. But unless you have a play yourself that scores really well, it's definitely not worth blocking. You're just about as likely to draw the K as your opponent is, and the scores are close. If it was a situation where you were well ahead and there weren't that many bingo threats on the board, you would consider blocking this K spot and maybe sacrificing a bit of points to do so. But because it's an even game, O'Connor on turn, someone's going to draw the K, and they might have KI, which doesn't score so much. They might have something huge like J, I don't know, something huge with the K, JOOK. So we see Blaws come down. I think this is potentially fine. B Saw was playable through the A and Pro Now I for 12 more points, but keeping that E is very, very useful, and not opening the triple as well. So maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity. I'm not really sure. I didn't really have much time to analyze it. But yeah, O'Connor up by 29 now. Go ahead.
I think Bisaw is better, but I think that Laws is fine. I think there's enough vowels, 22 vowels, 27 consonants. I think there's enough vowels that you can part with the E there and take a few more points, but I can certainly understand the logic behind wanting to keep that E.
Yeah, I agree. And I guess the main difference is that the C in Coops is still open for 8-letter words. The CRED leave, not really that likely to hit the second C for an 8-letter word. So, yeah, maybe better if you're not close to hitting that to block it. We know that the C is the most dangerous tile to start bingos with other than the S. So whenever I see a C in the middle of the board, I'm thinking that something's going to happen eventually from that C. So we see Kuta being looked at for Tunnicliffe. It's very interesting that this is really the only viable option with ketamines. And if you're in this situation, I would definitely want to think about plays that don't use the K immediately and keep the K. But it's hard to like grasp how likely it is that your spot is staying open. But I feel like
Yeah,
it's pretty
that
likely.
is the hard thing because I'm like, I think you have to cash it in now, but it's like, well, I mean, it's not easy to score decently there and block it. Um, maybe you can hold on to it, and I would probably cash it in, but Tunnicliffe is going to wait and play Davy.
Yeah, this is the only play I was looking at that doesn't use the K. Um, but yeah, the engine's giving Kuta the thumbs up. I guess you draw Davy a lot, and you're scoring 18 more points immediately. So maybe a little bit greedy from Matthew Tunnicliffe here, but definitely a strong play. Over to O'Connor with AACDEER. No playable bingo here. And again, it's just an even game. So I think you just want to be balancing scoring if you can. Just aren't that many great options. Maybe a Dima through the M and Etamines. What are you looking at, Jason?
I am looking at Oka through the O in Coops. But again, with that K out, do you really want to be drawing only two tiles? And what are you really going to do with that? The ADEER leave looks nice, but you're just going to kill the C to bingo two. Is that true, by the way, that C starts more eights than any other letter, even the D or the R or the T?
Oh yeah, it's
Really?
actually significant. I think it goes SCP or SCRP or something. But yeah, more than the R. Pretty incredible.
A
All right,
different kind of
A.
fish playing AE. You do have all those potential eights through the NES in Etamines as well as that D in dieting. So um, not to mention the sevens from the line that Tunnicliffe just opened with Davy. So your thoughts on AE here?
Yeah, it's a good choice. There's also the threat of a play that actually Matthew was looking at, Hunk. That sort of play next to the AOI hitting QIN would be pretty strong. Look at that, 10 minutes exactly left uh, on O'Connor's clock after that play. And 8:59. Oh man. But yeah, Kuti coming down 51. That's going to take the first significant lead in this tactical battle here. O'Connor drawing AN, I think, which is a decent draw. But again, the C starts a lot of words, which makes it a good bingo tile in certain situations. In other situations, if you draw a bingo starting with C, it's just not going to play. So on this board, if you have a 7-letter word starting with C, it's almost certainly not going to play. So I think now is the time to get rid of it with something like canted maybe through the T in ketamines, or maybe like cram from the to the M in ketamines looks really interesting to set up a second lane. If you draw a bingo from a C, you're gonna be able to play it. So I like that idea, cram.
It's like he's going to go the canted route. I kind of like the antied route and setting it up. You have the C and the R. I'm just trying to look in the pool of how many more hook tiles there are unseen.
Yeah, it is interesting. I just feel like it's so likely to get used or blocked through the M or as a hook. And again, you're trying a bingo maybe from the scene coop. So I think that would have been a little bit too fancy for my blood, but it's definitely an interesting option to consider. Um,
Maybe give yourself two C's to bingo from.
yeah, again,
Maybe
this
that's
does the
the
same
logic.
thing. Yeah, this does the same thing that Cram does, just scores a lot more. And wow, what a terrible draw for Tunnicliffe. He had the lead, but now he's probably feeling like he's well behind with 7 consonants, and he can't hit that C. He can't score anything to that triple. So, yeah, in either case, he would have been in trouble.
Yeah, so how are you do you just play whir or whirl through, well, I guess you can't play whirl because of the A hook. Through the
You
I in
can.
ketamines, is there? You can. That's true. It is. It
Yeah,
is a
a
legal
whirl.
play. I
A
just don't know if
whirl is very dangerous. I don't know, Jason. I feel like, yeah, it's definitely not great. Maybe you play WHIRR instead to not set up the A hook you don't have. But the triple's already open. It's probably not giving too much back to the opponent, and the leave of NRV versus LNV between whir and whirl is significantly better. To keep the R versus the L. So it's interesting. Maybe you play VIRL instead of VIRL to keep the WH to score with next turn. You're quite likely to draw Chu, Chaw, Chow from the C and canted if that stays open. Some overlaps are possible with the W and the H, so maybe you do that, and that's what he's doing. I like this a lot.
Interesting question that our producer has posted in chat. Do you consider the K a power tile? Results pretty about 60-40 yes so far, with a handful of people voting. What do you say? I voted no.
I mean, I don't like the concept of power tiles at all. As Agore comes
Okay.
down, this is a great play by O'Connor. 27 points, keeping the eye, not setting up a hook, going for that final blank. But yeah, if we're talking about power tiles, it's like people call the Q a power tile. The Q is the worst tile in Scrabble. Like, what is powerful about it? I mean, it scores 10 points, but you're invoking this definition of a tile being good when it not necessarily is. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's my take. That's my hot
No,
take.
I think that's very fair.
So whether the K is in that category, I mean, it's the only 5 point tile. So yeah, sure. I mean, why not?
Well,
All right.
interesting right
So
here. Tunnicliffe
this
only
is
finding the one vowel. Meanwhile, O'Connor over there with
extremely,
the J and the X.
but Jason, this is an extremely important spot. Oh, he sees it. Oh my god, I love this word so much, and it's so hard to see this word. I am so happy right now. That is an incredible find. I know it's just a 5 letter word, but I mean, have you guys ever seen this word played? Ever?
Oh, I feel like I've seen it, although I doubt that I have played it myself.
Beautiful.
But yeah,
So
not
it
an easy
is.
one to see, and I certainly hadn't. Jinx to cash in that IN spot, or maybe not Jinx.
Huh. That's interesting. So normally, if you put down a J and the X on the board, you are very committed to doing that, and it looks like Jinx is probably the best play. But Matthew O'Connor pulling back. I wonder what he's thinking. And like in this spot, maybe you find something that's slightly better than Jinx, but you've now given your opponent so much information about your
It's not like you
tiles
can
that
set up
it
the
might not
X
even
now.
yeah, it might not even be worth it, even if there's something else to consider. But it comes down, and this is going to be a very important draw for Matthew O'Connor because we see to INS EET blank, an incredibly strong pull for Matthew Tunnicliffe. So he's going to have a number of very high scoring bingos available to him now. The best of which I think would be Tennessee making QI. You might think to play from the C in coops, but that would open at least 2 lanes for Matthew O'Connor to use, whereas Tennessee scores more points, and it's kind of hard to bingo after Tennessee. So I would like to see this. Tennesi, not
Yeah,
the
I was gonna
state.
say, is that pronounced like the state, or are we just
Probably
kind of
not.
guessing here? Okay. Being a
But
Michigan person, I do know that Michigan is Collins only, but when you start talking about Tennessee, I was like, what other states are valid? So he does play Tennessee. He takes the points. I think this is right. I mean, it would be nice if you could, maybe play something more defensive, but I just don't think that it's there. I think you just kind of take the points and try to outscore your opponent on the way in.
ooh, he hasn't hit the clock yet. Sorry, I updated the score a
Oh,
little bit early. Um, but yeah, definitely. I think he's going to end up playing this, but let's reset the scores for now while he's considering. He's probably considering whether he wants to allow bingos to overlap the TENN, bingos played through the S of ketamines. It's not simple. There are also sevens that can play on top of the N and the X. But I do feel like long term, this is probably the right call, because if you play from the C, I feel like O'Connor is more likely to bingo immediately, and he's also more likely to be able to keep the board open and threaten multiple bingos. But it's definitely worth thinking about. But 4.5 minutes left for Tunnicliffe, so not much time.
Yeah, I was going to ask how many points you're willing to sacrifice here. So he wants to go the cyanide route.
Yeah, I don't like this. I guess I like what I like about this is that it's probably really hard to lose to a scoring play on the top and you're setting up the scoring spot, and then you can just clamp down on the rest of the board if O'Connor uses that spot. And actually the engine's preferring it, saying that the opponent's next turn, they're just as likely to bingo after cyanide versus Tennessee, and you're only sacrificing 1 point, and you're creating a situation where you can maybe outrun bingos. So actually, the more I look at it, and the more the engine's helping me understand this, I like this a lot. There's no P for PSI, and there's only 4 letters in the bag, so this is going to be really tough for O'Connor.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough for him to bingo. Oh, with 4 in the bag, that's really nice because all of your plays that use the H and the M, which O'Connor has, are going to empty the bag. So I was concerned that maybe you've put yourself in a situation where, O'Connor plays for 50 up there and you can get outscored after a bad post bingo draw. But now I think that's very unlikely to happen, given that a 4-tile play up there will empty the bag.
Yeah, and I wonder if there's any way to keep the M. So if you're going to outscore Tunnicliffe, you're going to have to probably keep that M for the HM spot next to the H in Cruth. This is a really tough position. I think it's the precise amount of points, like that you're taking the lead for 65 points, where it's just enough, and like you're not up by too much where you can just afford to outscore and block all bingos, but you're up by enough where if you get bingo on, you can actually outscore O'Connor with your post bingo draw. And even if he plays up there, you're going to be up by enough, even if he threatens something next turn. Let's say he plays Mihi and draws into collated from the C. You're going to be able to block that C, still have the lead, and probably go out before O'Connor and barely win the game. So actually, a really, really awesome play, the more I think about it.
Yeah, he goes with him. I do wonder if maybe you do save that M, for the Cruz spot. Maybe play something like mid, going the other way. Or I'm sorry, that won't work. Hid off of cyanide, instead. Um, you know, Certainly would have given, Tunnicliffe, if he had, gone that route. He would certainly have fives or sixes coming down, would force Tunnicliffe to go there first.
Yeah. In this particular instance, not a good draw from O'Connor. There is a threat, though, from Tunnicliffe's perspective, of Floodlit that would play through the L of Verl. So there is just enough space, I feel like, where O'Connor made that play to try and threaten bingos. And potentially he could draw something ending in I. Potentially he could draw something in a weird spot that Tunnicliffe doesn't manage to block. But there's so few bingos that end in I that I don't even know what he could have been threatening. This would be a very, very interesting position to analyze. Um, and, O'Connor's only down 33 now, so if you're not careful, you could potentially get outscored. So I like the play of him a lot, but there wasn't too much or was too much to think about, I think, for both players. But Floodlit gets blocked by Elegy, and now O'Connor to act. He can get 38. He's going to take that with Tufoli, but I think he's going to come up just short in this one.
Very nice play by Tunnicliffe to block. I think that's well, I guess we don't know if it's a hold or not, but yeah, nice play by Tunnicliffe to block Floodlit. If he had played hit, he would have again threatened Motif down there. Would have forced Tunnicliffe to figure out how to block the bingo lines as well as Motif. Although then you're probably not there's probably no bingos that are going to play in the 8 tiles that are unseen. So kind of maybe one of the downsides of the 20-minute clocks is that I certainly think in a 25-minute game, O'Connor probably would have given that spot a little bit more time, and we would have had a little bit more time to discuss it. Hard to see him, coming back, regardless in that spot. I don't think you can play Mihi and empty the bag. I just think going into a 7-on-7 end game down by 20 or 15 or whatever it would have been, probably would have been too much to overcome in a fairly balanced pool. So just think that the K, drawing the K at the right time, and then drawing the blank at the right time for Cyanide, seems to have been the difference in this game.
Yeah, definitely a good analysis of the game. Yeah, it's just so complicated. You have to think about what you could draw, but also what you could threaten with a 3-tile play, 4 tiles in the bag, to just go through all of the options. There's only one player that can do that in the world. I was wondering if Guacamoles was a potential bingo threat through the G and the C, but there was only one A left on the Cyanide turn. So with 30 seconds left, Tunnicliffe has his best play on the board of OSE for 18. It's the only way he can score that many points. And there's nothing super important to block from Matthew O'Connor's perspective. OD will score 11 points between the O and Coops and the UR. But he's playing Browsed instead, which is really interesting because if this is challenged, Matthew O'Connor will lose by 3. So it's not getting challenged. Let's listen to the overhead mic. This isn't a word.
I didn't think it. Okay. Oh, Coco doesn't take any hooks. I don't know if I would have known that, so I'm happy asking which doesn't take it. Coco. Coco. Instead of Coop. I wasn't couldn't remember. So. I had the K when I played the question. What's the best case play?
They're not discussing. Okay, they're discussing Kuta. But they're not discussing that Browsed is not a word. Very interesting.
I had some weird turns in the middle where I had books. And I had bingo-ish racks, but no bingo, and I was I kept CDER there, and I'm is this good enough on its own without the S? And it scored 32.
You played that after Davey, right? Yeah.
No, I played it right before.
Yeah, I liked it because these plays I was considering all setting up this garbage. So we played that. Some of those players are a lot better.
I kept DIM when I played Jinx. I was considering leaving the X off for Mix, but it didn't score as much, and I thought I might need a chance of bingoing right back. So I was going to get the stuff that he hooked. Yeah. And then I had to block his things. I think if you bingo, next will never be played enough.
I don't know. We lose here often enough that I can't play Cyanide.
I was wondering that.
I mean, you got close. I mean, you used the phone to get close.
Yeah.
Oh.
I also played a garbage end game just to make sure.
Was Laputi unseen to you or something?
There?
Yeah. Did you already have
There was probably, no, there were not necessarily no videos. I just played a garbage end game. I didn't feel like making sure.
Wow.
Not close to the phone. So, maybe I lose to plays here often enough, but I shouldn't play it. But I also just lose to bingos here sometimes.
What about fine?
Maybe that's safer.
There's a couple less points, but I don't think and I don't think there's enough of those.
Yeah, I just sacrifice points.
Ooh. Some really cool discussion going on here. So much to dive into.
So I was like, I didn't like that. It's just
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, something we didn't discuss, Jason, the D hook on Jin. That was a big deal. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I should have mentioned it, but I think it's one of the points in Cyanite's favor is that you're blocking bingos ending in D as well.
Yeah, definitely. Wow. A great game three. Probably the most tactical, of a close one too, Jason. You called it. So that will go to Matthew Tunnicliffe. I like the mountains behind us. I love this. So yeah, 437 to 430. Matthew Tunnicliffe takes a 2-1 lead in this best of 7 matchup. More games like this, please, please.
I know, yeah, that was a situation where if Tunnicliffe had more than 13 seconds left, maybe you see that even if you challenge and you're wrong, you still win by 2, but it would really suck to challenge, be wrong, think you won by 2 and then want to recount when especially in a largely spreadless endeavor like this, you can just, kind of take the win and move on. I did once have an opponent play a deliberate phony in the end game that lost him the game by 4, so I had to hold. My clock was running. I recounted the whole game on my time, then accepted the play. Then I had to sit through his recount when the clock was neutralized. So again, with 13 seconds though, we can certainly forgive Tunnicliffe for letting that outplay phony go.
Yeah, if
Didn't want to
we
didn't
like
want to risk it, and understandable, and he takes a 2-1 lead.
if we talk about like that situation, it was crazy. So 13 seconds left. If you are considering challenging the outplay of browsed, which was not a word, Brouzed, your opponent starts your clock, and so you need to decide within 13 seconds whether the math works out in your favor if you challenge, to be sure that the plays were all counted correctly. And if you go overtime, then you have to challenge, and you're risking losing the game if it's a word. So I think the decision to just let it go, knowing you were winning by 7, that's probably good enough that you probably weren't going to lose to a recount, which might happen in these games.
Yes, Lord knows that me and opponents have not carried tens digits before. But in this case, we knew that the score was correct. At least well, don't know if it was correct, but we knew that Tunnicliffe was going to win regardless. So sounds like the players are bagging a 2-1 lead for Tunnicliffe. It sounds like we're going to play one more and then probably a little mini break, depending on the players' desires. We do have Tunnicliffe going first in this one. I think the player that's gone second has won every game so far.
Yeah, very odd. Very
It's
odd. It's
unusual.
usually an advantage to go first. No, actually, no, that's not true. No, okay. O'Connor won game 1, he went first. Tunnicliffe won game 2, he went first. Tunnicliffe won game 3, he went second.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought
Uh,
we are alternated win loss win. No, my bad.
yeah, yeah, the combo has been broken. But yeah, the players are ready. Let's cue the over the board cam and get them started with Tunnicliffe going first here. So 4 games left potentially, 2 games left potentially, 3 games left. We'll have to see, and it'll be not known until after the break. So there's going to be a small lunch break. I mean, people have to eat. Playing Scrabble uses up a lot of calories, and a very good opening rack so far for Matthew Tunnicliffe. ADEPST, and it's a B. Okay, kind of ruining the rack a little bit. So I think just a quick little BAP for 14 is what's in order here. But you could also consider playing maybe dab or bad, right?
Yeah, I kind of like BAP and move on. I don't think you want to play the deliberate phony and hope you get the eye for baptized. Even though this is one of those go second racks. But yeah, I think it's just BAP.
Yeah, I think it's very similar. PEST is a very strong leave, probably a little bit stronger than DEST in general, but I don't think it's worth 2 points to sacrifice for that. There's not really a defensive advantage to playing Dab versus BAP. They're both pretty much the same. So I think BAP is the play. You don't want to play it with the B on the start. Even if you draw the I, you get baptized for whatever 40. That's not what you're looking for here. It's certainly not worth it. But a lot of players would do that. And a very, very quick Araponga response for Matt O'Connor. That was, I think, maybe the only letter that he could use for a bingo there. A beautiful find.
I will look that up, but I certainly don't think Angora A plays through anything else. Indeed, yep. Needed the P, got the P. So quite the break there, but also nice job knowing that word to cash it in. Now with Tunnicliffe, I assume that we will see YETT along the last A in Araponga.
Yeah, that's too big of a spot. You could play Teddy and YA, but I feel like leaving that final A open for business is just not worth it at this score. Interesting. Maybe you have to play Dab instead of BAP. That's such a bad case scenario for the decision. But yeah, engines have. I'm looking at the opening play. Engine has it. It's extremely close. If I was considering Dab, I'd be really, really tilted. If again we're commentating. So.
Yes, absolutely. Lord knows I get tilted. He will play Teddy, and the engine actually seems to like Teddy more than yet.
Really? Wow. Yeah, it looks like it. It's just the leave is that much better. I mean, okay, this is a situation where I would make the human play and block the huge spot, and I would be wrong for it. So great decision. The DDS leave just not strong enough, and opponent not likely enough to hammer that spot for too many points where the leave difference is that important. So we're going to see a second really cool bingo for Matt O'Connor. Oops, I put the wrong play in.
We've seen proof one of the most famous plays with no vowels, and now we're seeing a bingo with no consonants, which is not something you see very often.
Okay, he's making the blank a D of Aboideaux. All right. And this makes sense to play through the B. You could play Aboideaux through the D of Teddy, through the T of Teddy, but you have to block that spot. In this case, it's I think worth it to block the spot. So yeah, no constant bingo. So bingo bango start for Matt O'Connor. Exactly what he needed in this fourth game to make a comeback.
Pretty impressive. He's drawn 3 vowels in his first 2 racks, and he's got 125.
Yeah, 3 consonants. Yeah, that's crazy. So if you're Matt Tunnicliffe here, you probably want to hook your S onto Aboideaux. That takes an S and an X hook. You're not worried about the X hook because I think more important X spots are available on this board. But you are worried about the S hook. You have the first S of the game, so foist for 46 makes sense. The only question is, do you want to sacrifice 6 to play Tifoso and only keep 1 lone O? And Engine thinks it's pretty close, but I like taking the points here.
Yeah, I'm curious if that's a strategical decision or if that's just not knowing Tifoso or not seeing Tifoso in a 20-minute game where you're trying to play fast.
Yeah, Tifoso also a little bit more dangerous. The plays through the U will be likelier. But yeah, very very easy decision for O'Connor. Except he could actually play through the U, but he doesn't seem to have considered that. He could have played Quinn for the same score. This does block more overlaps, and Quino is also available. And there's not much in it. I think all the plays are really, really close. But
Well, all 4 games so far, we have seen the Q without the U. QI has been on the board in every game, so he maybe just wanted to keep that going.
Yeah, good point. Good point. All right, over to Tunnicliffe. He is down 90 points through no fault of his own. I don't know what I would do here other than maybe wooed, WOOED, to the second D of Teddy. Is there something else that you might want to do other than that? What are you thinking, Jason?
Yeah, just trying to find something better than wooed and not. That looks like the right idea.
Yeah, I mean, you can't play owie I guess you could play Owie next to the GA in Araponga and set up that huge double lane with the board as open as it is. And that gets rid of more of the vowels. You could play, I guess, WOO next to the ONG of Araponga, keep the two E's, but be likelier to maybe hit a bingo through the D of Teddy or through the T of Teddy. So yeah, maybe we play Owie, Go, and AW. Actually, the more I think about it, it feels like the right level of aggression being down 90 so early.
So you want to play Owie off of Araponga? Does Araponga take the S?
Yeah, I think so. I think
Okay.
it's
I mean, not
probably
that it's
some
a
sort of fish,
huge
right?
deal to block or leave that open. So you like Owie leaving ECO? Yeah. I do kind of like it. I mean, it's not probably not going to get used that often. It's not like, a play like Woo off of Araponga, I think is going to be used a lot more often and score a lot more. And the thing about Wood is it does, I mean, you've got a pretty nice setup up there, being down 90 points with all of that open. You've got the A in Aboy Do, to play stuff that ends in E or T or D or what have you. So I'm Aoi is kind of growing on me. Aoi in that Araponga spot is kind of growing on me.
Yeah, and more Tunnicliffe style, he was considering Kui, which is his best score. COOEE plays next to the YA and the R in the center top of the board for 25. The WI leave is just so horrendous, though. But I know Tunnicliffe to be a player that really, really scores pretty much on every turn. I mean, if I'm playing him and he's not scoring 30, 40, I think something's terribly wrong. He's so good at just maintaining scoring pressure, whether he's behind or ahead. And we see Woof instead, which creates more space on the bottom left, which also makes sense, but does give back some pretty nasty potential overlaps. So I don't know. I don't know if I would have done that. All right, over to
That's
O'Connor.
nothing great
He's
there. So
he's considering a phony word here. Pirohy looks like a valid spelling. There are so many spellings of pierogi or pirohi, but this is not one of them. I mean, he's got to be thinking really hard about it because if this is a word,
it's going
uh,
to score like a million.
yeah. But he's looking at both spellings. These are both not correct spellings of this word. But it's so hard. Like you could put a J in there, I think. You could put a G in there, but just not. Oh man, he's lamenting both of these, and I feel like in the position he's in, he's down a game. You want to start maybe taking a little bit uh, more risks than you normally would, but I still feel like if you're not sure of a word at this stage of the game, you're up 70 points. I think you have to just go with something you're sure of. But it would really suck to miss an opportunity to take such a strong lead.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be so much better than any other play you're considering. But like you said, I think it's less, being down 2-1 and more being up 70. You definitely don't want to be giving your opponent free turns when they're down 70. So I think you just gotta play the best one that you know. There are some pretty good options on this board. A bunch of 30-ish point plays. That will do you quite well. But he is going to
Oh,
on the field.
and he didn't see pohiri. I think that's a word. And maybe if he'd seen that, he would have thought twice about this. This is hold. I think we saw a hold. And I think Tunnicliffe um, is known to have lists for this sort of thing that have so many spellings. So I would be very surprised if he doesn't challenge, and he does. So this is going to be
Yeah.
the first lost turn, but the second phony of the matchup here. So this is coming off the board. Huge swing in Matthew Tunnicliffe's favor.
Yeah, Tunnicliffe was the one who taught me that there are no gin bingos. That it's you can't play JINNEES. That it's Jenny's instead. So yeah, he is very good at keeping all those alternate spelling straight and having his lists. Um, so he'll leave the spot open and play Mez, which certainly seems right. Scores well, leaves a leave.
No, no,
6 of your 7 tiles for your opponent.
this is not the right play. Matthew Tunnicliffe knows that 5 of the 6 tiles on Matthew O'Connor's rack play with a 4i for 45 points. I think you had to sacrifice a few points there and not play a word you know is giving your opponent such a strong response. I think this was a mistake, but we're going to see double blindness here. Matthew O'Connor missing the play that Matthew Tunnicliffe missed that he was giving. So this is a bit of like chess. When you have perfect information, it's so hard to deal with the situations that are presented to you. So hip coming down for O'Connor, and a few mistakes being traded on this board.
Kind of the first, nobody's missed a bingo yet, so kind of the first kind of loose moments here by both players. Yeah, did not see EPH ORI that he was giving him that. So nice find by you there.
Yeah, no, I didn't see it either. I probably would have missed it over the board. These 6 tile words, hitting triples, those are the hardest words to spot, especially a word ending in an I of all things and starting with an E. I mean, the level of difficulty in finding these words is can't be understated. So like, yeah, I'm not surprised by either player missing this, but especially with the situation of you just losing a challenge, the psychology is so much in your opponent's favor, where they could just play a word super fast and you're just committed to having made a mistake and them having taken advantage of it. And so maybe you don't look to see what their play gave you, but it's a very, very tough find. Back to Tunnicliffe, who's still down 68. He doesn't have any prime tiles, any power tiles to work with here. But his best play probably just take 41 points for CREWE. And the same spot he's considering renew for 39. Probably close between the two. What are you thinking, Jason?
Yeah, somebody did point out that you do have to consider the Q power tile in this game. Yeah, I like. Yeah, I kind of like CREWE. I mean, I know it kind of mucks stuff up, but you're getting closer to even. You know that your opponent has IOR and 4 random tiles. Well, not random, but from the pro he played that IOR is there. That's not the best 3 tile combo. So probably not, certainly not prone to panic at this stage.
Yeah. Is torosity a word? Is that a threat from Matt O'Connor? I actually don't like that. Torosity. But yeah, I like the play of crew.
City is good.
But torosity is good. Oh my goodness. So this is another word knowledge check coming right up. I think if it comes down, it's going to come down very fast. So 41 points, bringing Tunnicliffe to within 30, but Matt O'Connor to find his only playable bingo of torosity. You want to play it starting with T, but another miss. So toy, definitely a very, very strong play. IORS leave. But he might have seen torosity, not been sure of it. Again, he's in a pretty strong position to not have to play words he's unsure of. But this is going to allow Flintier to come down. So another moment where Tunnicliffe is gaining a lot of ground.
And that is turquoise there, right?
That is turquoise, yeah.
Does it I don't think it plays after Flintier, though.
I don't think it does. So yeah, Matt Tunnicliffe to find his only playable bingo. I feel like he's found it already. He's just looking. And this is going to take him 3 points ahead to O'Connor, who does not have a playable bingo right now. So yeah, very, very tough swing in favor of the guy who's 2-1. So it's tough. Psychologically, it's toughest, I think. I mean, this game's still even, but you gave your opponent so much more than they needed. And look at that blank draw. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, then blank and a couple S's and the X, and Yeah, this might end up being a huge swing, and if this series doesn't go O'Connor's way, this will certainly be the game that he looks back at as the one that got away. But like you said, he's only down three. He does have a seven, even though it doesn't play on this board. You don't know that Tunnicliffe can plunk the X for 50 off of Aboidos and Foist right there. So just got to kind of keep on keeping on and not tilt yourself too much yet.
Yeah, so this play of KI makes so much sense, setting up Zex. You also had the option to play Ozekis through the ZE on the board, but I think this is much better play. The ORSTU leave is actually very, very good. People might not like the U, might not like not having an E, but you draw into so many bingos, and we see outreads is now going to be playable, I think, after this X drop. So very close game after this sequence.
And so Tunnicliffe up 30. We're going to see the bingo here, putting O'Connor up about 40, and with Tunnicliffe with the second blank, we could get our second close, interesting one in a row here.
Oh my God. Jason, I saw this almost as a possibility. Matthew Tunnicliffe does have a 7-letter word he'll probably see of Visards, Visards. It could also be spelled with a Z, Visards, but he has a French-esque word, double 9 through the YA, and he knows this word. It's an 8 to make 9, excuse me. If he's able to spot this 110-point word, we will see, oh my God, fireworks. Savoyards to be spotted by Matthew Tunnicliffe. But Visards is so strong, 87 points. How could you possibly do better than that, blocking the board?
Well, it'll block the board, but it won't block rambling from the M, which O'Connor has just drawn. So this will be
Oh my
quite the
goodness.
sequence here.
Oh my goodness. So, crucially, if Savoyards comes down,
Yeah,
Matthew
Savoyards would
O'Connor
block it. Yeah.
blocks all of Matthew O'Connor's bingos. But if Visards comes down, Rambling will follow, and Tunnicliffe will be down almost 40 points. Wow.
And then with
That's
all
7 in the bag.
yeah, 7 in the bag, all the blanks and the S is gone. That'll be a tough one to come back from.
Yes!
You saw it.
Oh my goodness, what a find. 110. What a brutal block. This is probably getting challenged. I mean, Matthew O'Connor might very well just know for sure that this is a word, but if he has any doubt, this is probably getting challenged. I didn't see his mouth move. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Waited till the last second.
He is holding. Crazy stuff. So 426 or 431. If this isn't a word, Matthew O'Connor pretty much wins on the spot after rambling. It's not that simple, but it's pretty simple. But
He let it
this
go.
is a
Wow.
word. Yeah, I mean, he just knows.
Great.
He just knows.
He
Great word
must
knowledge.
know it. Wow.
But his options now so limited. Maybe you play Bima for 34 underneath the OUT of outreads. Open a lane a little bit, starting with B. There are no S's, no blanks to draw, so it's going to be really hard to bingo on this board, with the Zex hook being the only reasonable bingo lane. This is really tough.
Yeah, I mean, what do you got the O and outreads, but that's pretty much it. The S has to go 3 before, 4 after.
Yeah, really
You
tough.
could
So
play
maybe
you
go
could play
ahead.
IM from the I in KI, but what are you drawing ending in M?
Right, and you're not drawing anything, ending in B, really. There's so few words that end in B, but you are creating a threat. You are creating a new bingo lane, whereas Bima blocks one and creates a new one, but it's so easy to use that and hit the triple. So I feel like Matthew O'Connor is in a position where he probably needs to bingo to win this game. He's down almost 70. But if you play IAMB, maybe you play it there. Yeah, I was thinking this opens the space that is left on this board. This is a good decision. That Essen Savoyards was a bingo spot, but not that good of one. So I think I like this a lot, just leaving as much space on the board open as possible.
Yeah, so now you have options on both sides. Will be very difficult for Tunnicliffe to play in such a way that kills everything over here. If he plays to the B with something like verb, which he has, then you still have stuff starting in M. If he plays, from the B to the triple, whatever letter he puts last, we'll probably be able to side lap. So, yeah, very nice play. I like it.
So Gotch is coming down. So Tunnicliffe has just decided to try and crash through. He's going to take an 80-point lead with this play. I do like the idea of verb, though. I feel like that's just enough to be able to outrun a lot of bingos that O'Connor could have. There's a lot of high-scoring stuff left in the pool, and I mean, this draw for O'Connor is probably sinking him. It's so unlikely he's going to be able to win with this, but now with Gotch, he has a lot of space to work with. He can try to draw into a bingo hooking the H of Gotch. He can try to draw into a bingo from the M or the B of IAMB. So I feel like suddenly this position isn't super comfortable. I know that Matthew Tunnicliffe is up by a ton. He has drawn the J, which is super important. And Blonde comes down, leaving 2 in the bag. This is the correct idea. Unfortunately, it's going to get hit really hard by the J, and that'll be game over. Even if O'Connor had drawn into eluting next to the H of Gotch, JEE would have been enough to win. But I think you had to play Blonde here, Jason.
Yeah, I didn't really see much better. I think you have to. With the J being out, Tunnicliffe didn't have it. You force him to make some sort of suboptimal play. Blocking the J, then drawing it himself. You bingo out and catch him with the J. So, it's gonna look bad when you gave your opponent a 50-point play that he didn't have before. But I think that Blonde was correct there.
Yeah, and the J being in the bag, there could be some potential threat of Matthew O'Connor outscoring Matthew Tunnicliffe. Probably not, given the deficit. They're confirming the scores. They're making sure they have the right scores. We have it at 464 to 408. So if Jeer comes down, or JEER, Matthew Tunnicliffe cannot lose. We know that from our standpoint. The best that could happen after Jeer, I think, is eluting, after which the scores would be 509 to 521. But yeah, this is just enough. You just have to do the math just to make sure that you have enough to win in every scenario. There are 9 tiles unseen to you. You could pretty much determine what the highest scoring potential bingo is from your standpoint and just see if you can outrun that. And I think Tunnicliffe has decided that he can. Oh, whoops.
Yeah, yeah, taking 120 point lead or 113 point lead. You have the V, which is the clunkiest tile. So, yeah, even if he did have something off of Gotch, which he does not, you're fine.
Yeah, so Glent is coming down. I think Matthew O'Connor just wants this game to be over with. Very unfortunate swing in Tunnicliffe's favor this game. O'Connor was in a great position, but he just confused Pohiri with Pirohi. So Glent comes down, Vum, Tunnicliffe's best play in response, and a few plays to go out for Matthew O'Connor. Let's listen to the overhead mic after this play comes down. .439, 537.
Is resilience good with an S? Yeah, yes. A deep row 2 of Gilbert and Sullivan on. I wasn't sure if he was kind of playing. Well,
Why? Oh, I mean, there's like 12 million ways to spell that word.
There are ones with an H.
Yeah,
But
but
they're like I knew Coheres actually as a single. I just thought Heroic.
God, I didn't even see coherence. That makes it so obvious. But
No, I thought it was a plural. I'm stupid. Except they all take an S now, right? Anyways, I got arrow knocked it down.
it's silly. And I'm always playing a T for my point of view of things.
You always find out.
I'm always giving it a T.
What are the other options?
STE.
Okay.
So but I'm just always playing. I play basketball.
Yeah. No, I don't think they're actually. Whatever. I even
What about he could have exchanged Tunnicliffe on his opening play?
Maybe I'll take a sec. But yeah, let's play died, DYED, STE. Is that better?
Oh shit! I missed Torosity. I know the word. I think. I don't know. Yeah, but through this. I don't. I definitely saw it. No, sorry. I've definitely like seen it in study.
It's like tunnel in the spot.
No, it wasn't even that. I looked pretty thoroughly through the letters during your turn. I didn't see it.
I don't like playing crew. I don't know if it's right for the Devin with the lines. I play like newer instead. And I realize I'm keeping an M, so I kind of have a good shot at opening the board.
I don't know what. I obviously played pretty quickly this game, but I did look pretty thoroughly through that, and I saw porosity and like sonority and sonority, and I just didn't. I didn't look for. I don't know what happened. It's weird. This is clearly my worst choice game, despite that. I need a break after this one, just like time.
Okay. Yeah, that decides it for us. Matthew O'Connor is saying I need a break after this one. Yeah, it was a pretty heartbreaking loss after he noticed the bingo miss. So yeah, we're gonna take a 5 to 10 minute break. Before that, Jason, any plugs that you have for anything? Let us know.
No, I do not. I did wonder if Torosity, the Torosity quote unquote miss would come up in that, and it did. It sounds like, when you have like a T on your rack, you don't think to look through the T on the board sometimes. So yeah, tough loss. O'Connor is gonna take a little bit of a break, and I think we'll take it with him.
Yeah, so before we go, just a huge shout out again to Let's Play Scrabble. This is going to be probably their most advanced production yet this weekend. So many new stats to show you guys. So much going on. We have this 2-player matchup. Not much to throw out there for stats for these guys. We have our anecdotal information about them, but yeah, huge thanks to Let's Play Scrabble, Josh Greenway, Kieran O'Connor. We also have Josh Koff, responsible for the Let's Play Scrabble Advanced Stats. He is here as well, helping out with the production. So it's really, really awesome to see Scrabble grow, Scrabble streaming grow. I'm glad to be a big part of it. And we'll be back for round 5 after just a small break. So don't go anywhere, guys. All right, welcome back to the beautiful Adirondack Mountains. I'm here in Lake George. Josh Sokol, joined by Jason Idalski. You're also near a couple of lakes.
I was gonna say I'm not near any mountains, but I am near lakes.
We're bringing you this marquee matchup from the beginning of coverage of the Lake George Mega Tournament, the biggest tournament, I think, outside of the national events, is being held here every year. So Let's Play Scrabble is bringing you this marquee matchup between Matthew Tunnicliffe and Matthew O'Connor. The current score is 3-1 in Matthew Tunnicliffe's favor after an unfortunate game 4 where Matthew O'Connor made a couple of mistakes and it was a crazy swing in Tunnicliffe's favor. So without further ado, we're going to have to see. The game could end and we could be done. The game could end and we could have 1 or 2 more games after that. This is a very important one. So 3-1, best of 7, 20-minute clocks. The players are seated. Let us show them to you. Maybe they're not seated. We could show a head-to-head. I was like trying to use my magic.
I love this background though. It is kind of giving me FOMO that I haven't been to Lake George yet, I must say.
It's honestly it's incredibly beautiful today. I mean, if it rains, it's a different story. It's still beautiful, but in a different way. But yeah, the foliage is not quite at peak. It was a pretty warm summer and warm October, but it's just so gorgeous out. The colors. It's a really nice getaway town. It is unfortunately mostly only accessible to people on the East Coast, people in Montreal, for example, people in Toronto, New York, New England, even from the capital region as well. But
Yeah,
it's a fantastic event.
Where is it in relation to Albany? Because I've driven to Albany before. I mean, it's like 12 hours, but I did it, years and years ago, on a road trip with some other Scrabble friends. So, like, where
It's
is it in
around, yeah, it's around an hour and a half, 2 hours north of Albany.
Okay. So it'd probably still be like 12, maybe 13. So doable.
Yeah.
Definitely doable.
To get there, you have to, if you're somewhere else, you have to like fly to Albany and then get a ride or take a bus or something. So it's sort of a well kept secret for the East Coast, but it's a huge event. It's definitely worth coming to if you can make it and make a big weekend out of it. The main event's only 15 games and it starts pretty late, 7:30 p.m. Today, but there's an early bird. There are 2 early birds, and there's this matchup to look forward to as well. There's also some coverage if you guys were watching last night. Some Super Scrabble was played live on stream. That was a lot of fun, except David Spargo drew all 8 blanks in 2 games and completely annihilated myself and Evan Chester with like a 1,300 score. If you ever played Super Scrabble, it's crazy.
That takes me back. I haven't seen a Super Scrabble game in gosh, I don't know how many years.
Yeah.
So were you
And
playing? You said you and
Go.
Evan Chester. Was it a 3-person game or?
No, two separate games. Two separate games. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Winner stayed on, but
Oh,
yeah, it
I
was just
see. Okay.
a little
Gotcha.
bit of a prep stream. There might be some after hours stuff going on tonight as well. I know there's Matthew O'Connor is hosting a trivia I think on Saturday night, so that's the big after hours event. But there's also some fun shenanigans that happen. We might see some Super Scrabble. I know Josh Greenway, who's behind the scenes producing everything, trying to get our board cam working at the moment, hence why we're stalling. He is a huge fan of Super Scrabble. I think too big of a fan. It's a fun variant though. I'm more of a Blitz fan myself. I think we should show more Blitz, so much more Blitz. People would love to watch that.
Yeah, and another point in favor of my attending Lake George, I do want to see a Matthew O'Connor run trivia game at some point. I've heard good things, but I also heard that you can tell when a game is written by Matthew O'Connor versus Frank Tangretti, who writes the trivia for Scrabble Players Championship, because there's a lot more questions about things that happened in the 60s and 70s and before, and almost nothing that happened after 2000. Whereas with O'Connor's trivia games, it is the converse. So different games that probably apply to different demographics, but very cool that he's given out prizes, even though it is totally free to enter. So that's
Yeah, it's really great. It's a really great effort on his part. It's always fun to play in his trivias. You're a trivia guy yourself. I mean, you've been on more than one trivia show, right?
well, I mean, I guess it depends if you count Wheel of Fortune as a trivia show, which I wouldn't. So in that
What?
case, no. But
Yes, it
yeah, I mean, if you
is.
want to count it,
What do you call it? A word game?
I would.
Fair enough. Can't argue with that. But yeah, Jason, you've been on Jeopardy. You've been on Wheel of Fortune. It's awesome to see. And you've run trivia's as well. But we're ready. Let's show the board cam without further ado. Matthew O'Connor going first. Let's see what he draws out of the bag. He needs a win here. This is do or die. So let's see. Let's see if he gets some luck in the beginning. And there's a blank.
Blank. Now, do we have vowels?
Oh, okay. Not quite, but it's a blank.
It's a blank.
So there's no Kruth available in this position, so we're gonna probably see an exchange. 4, I think you could keep the P, you could keep the R, but I don't know if I would keep PRS here. It is the
Really? See,
strongest
I
leaf.
like keeping PRS here, but then I draw 3 more consonants and hate myself. That's how my games have been going lately. So he does go the PRS. You would just go RS?
Yeah, PS or RS. The thing about it for me is I'm playing a little bit too scared. But I figure if I'm in such a good position with the blank and super likely to bingo next turn, I'd rather just keep a more balanced sleeve just in case I draw more consonants. Because I'm already going to be in a good position, so I'd rather not increase my chances of having to do over and exchange again. But I'm pretty sure that the standard play would be to keep PRS blank, and that's what happened. And it's going to work out for O'Connor. He's drawn 2 vowels. So Huey coming down for Matthew Tunnicliffe. Probably the only play worth making here. DEEI is pretty strong, and Uprising is going to come down. So we'll have to see if Tunnicliffe is able to draw a bingo in response. It's an important pull.
The funny thing is, if I thought we might see the exchange open, have Tunnicliffe exchange into ED or something, and if he did, then O'Connor would play pierogies with the correct spelling after playing the incorrect spelling in the last game.
Oh my gosh, yeah, jeez, or aspiring. Yeah, that's too soon, too soon, too soon.
Yeah,
Jason.
probably
So,
choose.
a few vowels drawn for Tunnicliffe. He kept 2. He drew 2 more. Just 1 too many. He's drawn the F to go with it. So in this position, you're probably going to take a while. You could hook the A onto Huey for Hueyia. You could play through the R of Uprising. You could play a little bit longer. I'm liking Firee, Firee at first glance, the new word through the R in Uprising. But Feria also available in that spot. What are you thinking, Jason?
Yeah, what was the word I saw feria. What was the word that you suggested?
Firee, Firee.
Firee. Okay, there it is. Yep.
Sorry, the score is updated now. I don't know why it didn't. But yeah, it looks like, yeah, he does this a lot, Tunnicliffe. He I think he takes tiles off his rack to sort of look at leaves, but also look at trying to find plays with set tiles.
Yeah,
Uh,
I tend to cover them up like with my thumb or 2 fingers if I'm looking for, like on an opening rack if I want to see if I have a 5 or not, just kind of go through all the combinations. So I haven't seen him do that before though, but that's something he does pretty often.
yeah. Some players like Jackson Smiley and Josh Castellano will do the same thing that you're doing. They'll cover letters on their rack to just try and recognize 6-letter word, 5-letter word, depending on how many letters they're covering. So we're going to see Defies come down. This is a reasonable choice. I just feel like it gives a little bit much back. I don't know. He's switching
We
it
might
up.
not see. No, he'll go with Fiery.
Yeah, this is, I think, a much better play. Engine's giving it at least 8 points of an advantage. Keeping the extra constant and just not giving back those really big overlaps and not blocking your best lane in the S of Uprising. but Priories was going to come down. But now we're going to see pierogies, just as we were talking about. That's actually
Just
insane.
can't get away from this word, can we?
Wow. So there's got to be some smile. I mean, at least they got to be thinking about smiling here. That's so funny. Um, I think we can successfully say that Matthew O'Connor has made up for the mistake last game. He's played a valid spelling of pierogi or pierogi. I actually managed to catch Matthew Tunnicliffe between rounds and asking him if he had a specific list for those words, and he said yes, but I've just never been able to remember them properly anyway. But he did make the right call last turn. So another really strong start for Matthew O'Connor. Just 2 bingos in a row on turn 2 and 3. That bingo bango is really hard to recover from, no matter what point in the game. So I think Tunnicliffe's going to want to use that spot on top of the E of pierogies, but the highest score, BEEDI, that takes an E hook. Are you able to take that risk?
Yeah, probably just playing Dobie instead. BD just seems a little bit too gutsy.
Yeah, DOBIE, keeping the better leave of AE for a 7-point sacrifice, but also much more defensive. It's close between the two. Engine is liking both options. I think BD is the sort of play that Matthew Tunnicliffe is not scared to make. He played HOE in that game 1, a really really risky decision. So he might do something similar and take the points. But Dobie keeps better and is less risky. There are only 3 E's on the board, so the likelihood O'Connor has an E is very, very high. We can see that he doesn't. He's drawn the Q. So BEEDI might actually work out in Tunnicliffe's favor in this particular instance. But I have to see what he
Taking
does.
a lot of time on this turn, and comebacks, later in the game tend to take up a lot of time. So he has decided on Dobie.
Yep. Engine slightly prefers this too. It feels like he's just been iterating in his head, and he's figured out the top choice. And this will set up an S hook. Matthew O'Connor is probably licking his chops a little bit here. He loves making these blank burning plays. That's one of the things he likes to talk about, and he's proud of in his own games, where he doesn't overvalue the blank, and he likes to use it as a defensive tile. So QAT does fit on the top of the IE of Dobie, but he needs to find this insane play that he has available to him, Jason, through the Eye of Uprising.
And it has been pointed out in the chat, not one that I've seen before. Chemotique, K blank A MOT, the I in Uprising, and then the Q will score 64.
Yeah, by far his best play, even though it leaves open the Dobie's spot. If he plays Cot, it's 45. It's a 20-point sacrifice, and the leave is pretty rough. So a very extremely. I've never seen this word played. I don't think it's a Canadianism. Well, I guess First Nations, not quite Canada, but
Gotcha.
it's one of those words that was added to the dictionary somewhat recently as we've developed an understanding of many different English dialects. I think it's a boat. I'm not 100% sure. There's a bunch of different spellings of it. But QI for 21 instead.
Interesting that he played it there instead of on top of Dobie, but then I guess if you played on top of Dobie, that makes it harder to blunt or kill the spot later. I was just about to ask if there's like a good non-Q play since you have multiple spots for that Q. Maybe just hold off and play something else, but it didn't look like there was anything really great there.
Yeah, and I think the reason he played that there, like you said, not wanting to inhibit your ability to block the Dobie's hook later on and take the extra point. But the reason he didn't play it to the I in Uprising is, I think here, if you draw an O, you get Folkmot, Folkmot, and that would not fit after QI. down low. So a very cool and wise choice, but definitely a miss of 64-point Camotique, which is such an incredibly high level of uh, of find. I don't think I would have found that. I don't think most of you in the chat would have found that, but it would have been really, really cool to see. So back to Matthew Tunnicliffe, who has he has a bunch of vowels. He's kept AE and he's drawn the X. Yeah, what are you seeing here, Jason, for him? Just an X overlap?
Yeah, probably. He's got AXE on top of Dobie for 44. That seems, the leave isn't great, but anything you do with a great leave here isn't going to score very well at all. I was just kind of pondering whether Camotique is a miss. I mean, I guess he missed it, but it's is I think that maybe there's just degrees of misses, and I certainly don't fault him for missing or not knowing that one. I had never seen it before just now, so
Yeah, I mean, no, you can't fault him for that. And players are their own worst critics. So I mean, I'm sure he knows the word, but if he sees he missed it, he'd be very, very upset. But I mean, it's so ridiculously hard to find. So Axe is the play. I wonder if you're Tunnicliffe, if you're at all worried about that QI play. It seems a little bit suspicious. I wonder what information you might gather from that, other than the fact that O'Connor doesn't have like AT or
yeah,
an I
wouldn't
to
I?
overlap, but there are only two I's left, so that's not really that big of a deal.
I could definitely see myself overrating my opponent's leave after a play like that for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have an incredibly bad leave because, I mean, just think about the placement. Again, it is a less defensive placement. Sure, you're blocking Hueys, you're blocking Huia a bit, you're blocking sevens on top of that I, but I think more importantly on this board, you'd want to block eights using that S of uprising. So I think if you're Tunnicliffe and you think too hard about the position, your brain's going to break. But if you think just hard enough, you'll probably recognize that O'Connor is likely to have something heavy, but potentially good. As OK for 30 comes down, that's O'Connor's highest score. He's going to need a little bit of help with his 4-consonant leave, but he's got the lead, and Tunnicliffe's got AAEOU.
Somehow O'Connor found two vowels, even though Tunnicliffe has been cornering the market on them so far this game.
That's a good point. Yeah. So, what does one do here? Nanua is a word that's lined up on Matthew Tunnicliffe's rack that will play with FA, but you can't be happy to make that move. You could play something from the queue, maybe
Yeah, it looks like
Quena.
that's what he's got set up. Yeah,
That's
considering
so
Queen up from the queue.
dangerous. I hate this position.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's dangerous, but you're down 91. I mean, the the board isn't looking great. I think, at some point you're gonna have to throw, caution to the wind.
Yeah, set fire to the rain. So the engine is suggesting NOUP for 19th to the P and uprising, making OF and HUI. That does open a big triple, but it's the only play that really does something to open the top left of the board, which you'll see talked about over and over again as the I guess ghost quadrant of Scrabble. The top left of the board often left unattended and inaccessible. So when you're behind, one of the things you should often be thinking about is, can I do something to be able to access that part of the board while there's still play on the rest of the board? So NOUP, highest score. The leave of AAEN isn't great, but you could hit stuff to the S. We think the play of Nanua and FA, the biggest issue with that is that it constricts the board. I mean, short term it opens it, but it blocks the S, and underlaps are going to block even more stuff. So I could see why Noop is the best play, but it's really hard to make that play.
Yeah, but like you said, it's hard to make anything from this position. Your Noop is your highest scoring play. It's only 19. Um, you're way behind. There's all these S hooks open off of Fiery, off of Axe. You don't have an S. It's all not looking very good.
Yeah, and time-wise as well, we're seeing an issue here. Tunnicliffe already going under half of his time, started with 20 minutes. This is so early in the game that it's just going to be so hard to like claw his way back, like you mentioned earlier. But I feel like in this position, I would want to play a lot of tiles because I'm so far from being able to hook AXE. That's such a big spot. The D will go there, the L will go there, the S will go there. I don't have any of those tiles. There's so many of them left. And there's a blank out. So I feel like Nanua, just maybe you play that on the bottom left with up and AI. That's so dangerous, but maybe the right level of dangerous. This is such a tough position. We'll see what Tunnicliffe decides.
As opposed to off of Fiery making FA.
Yeah, just for the long-term openness factor potentially of the board leaving the S open, preventing underlaps from constricting things, inviting plays through the N on the bottom left that you'll float in the triple lane, but that will maybe open more stuff for you. But yeah, I just want to draw an S or something that I can work with here. This is such a tough spot, and O'Connor has all the time in the world to maybe look for 8s or 7s, and I think he's getting a little distracted. I remember back in the day when Matt O'Connor was in his teens, he would play his games within like 5 or 6 minutes and still have the time to just draw a bunch of like those S's we used to draw as kids on his score sheets, and he'd have all sorts of funky designs that he was just drawing while he was waiting for his opponents to move slowly. But he's definitely matured a lot. He's definitely been able to focus more on the infinitely complex positions in our game. And he's looking to take this game 5 against Tunnicliffe, and he's in great position to do so with the final blank and a bingo lead.
And it's about to be 2 when he puts down aftmost here.
Yeah, wow. I guess that didn't fit before Quena.
It was one of those where blocked the spot. It would have doubled off of Fiery. But yeah, I don't think that was going anywhere before Quena came down.
Yeah, and this is just brutal now. Boneyard doesn't fit for
Boneyard
Tunnicliffe.
doesn't. None of the E's are in the right spot.
I guess you can try to leave that triple next to the T open. Maybe you draw something that ends in like SS or LS, or I mean, you're down 166. Maybe you just say, okay, whatever, this game is over, and just preserve your energy for the last 2 games. And what an incredible draw for Matthew O'Connor. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Again, those just...
I think up 3-1, I would be more likely to kind of throw in the towel, wave the white flag. Not to bring up another Adele song here. Was that Adele? Anyhow.
Dido, right?
Yes, sorry. Did not realize I would be talking about Buffalo Bills long snappers and 2000s music here today. But
did not realize that I would get a trivia question right, and you would get it wrong.
There you go.
Wow.
See, you have video evidence. You have video evidence of out triviaing a trivia person. So
yeah, I'm gonna show that to my grandchildren. I think if I were Matthew Tunnicliffe, I'd probably play Borty to the T through the T and aftmost, Borty, and open that double under the B, just to try and give myself some way back in the game and just blow it all open. But 6 minutes.
Yeah, see,
left.
I was considering Bay in that top right, just kind of scoring as many points as possible. But yeah, like where are you bingoing after Bay?
Yeah, there are spots, but you need like 3 or 4 or 5 spots. You're down like 3 bingos. So I don't know. I feel like, I mean, if you're gonna try and win here, you got to play faster first of all, and you got to
ABY instead of BAY scored 2 more points as well. So
yeah, and like maybe you'll draw some bingos that reopen the board, and maybe you just take the points. But
yeah, already at 5.5 minutes.
Yeah,
I just noticed the counter. You can count each. You can say how long each move has taken. I just noticed.
Yeah,
that's very cool.
Definitely a good feature. just to see how long someone's taking. And so many of the turns Tunnicliffe has used more than 2 minutes. In a 25-minute game, I recommend my students and anybody who asks to take up to 1 minute on average per move. That way you have a lot of time to think about the most important part of the game, which tends to be towards the end of the game. So we see Barony. This is another idea to open a triple that Matthew O'Connor will have to deal with, which he can very easily deal with,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
he'll be very happy to do it sitting with the Z there.
So Zamia for 72 is available. You could also just play the simple Za or Zay, overlapping the AR. But yeah, Zamia looks like the best play. It's coming down in no time at all, and I think this might be it for this game.
Yeah, certainly looking like it.
So Matthew O'Connor up 11 minutes, which, I mean, it's funny every time, but it happens so often. But yeah, this is a brutal way to go for Tunnicliffe, and I guess we're gonna get what we wanted, at least a 6-game series. Tough to face such adversity, but Tunnicliffe still is at game point. If he wins the next game, it is over. If O'Connor wins the next game, it's going to be a final best of 1. I like how you tend to just make it more and more, how do you call it? A smaller equation, Jason. Best of 5, best of 3. Yeah, it's going to be a best of, 1.5 or something after this.
Well, if O'Connor wins the next one, then it'll be a good old-fashioned best of 1. So
yeah. So okay, if you're Matthew Tunnicliffe, probably want to stop thinking, but he likes to think.
Would you be cool with resignations in this spot in series like this?
If it's not being streamed, I feel like resignations are such a downer for live streams, but it's also a downer to just, I guess, watch a game that's been predetermined. But I think the game of Scrabble is too beautiful to end it prematurely. So Etwies is coming down for 47 now. For Matt O'Connor, he's going to be 407 to 198. Man. Is this a bingo rack? Not quite. For Tunnicliffe. Yeah. I don't know. Resignations, I think, in match play should be allowed, yes. I hate to say it.
But I thought you had the best counter argument. The game of Scrabble is too beautiful to end earlier. I may be misquoting you by a word or two, but that's a lovely sentiment.
It's true. It's true. That's what I believe. But I'm not the Scrabble czar. I'm not the one that determines the entertainment value of Scrabble. And I think the overwhelming case for resignations is that games like these are kind of hard to watch, or kind of hard to commentate, and kind of hard to play. So the human element versus the aesthetic element, I think, is overwhelmingly in favor of resignations. So Dongola, a nice fun word, anagram of gondola, coming down. That's a fun anagram pair for you guys. And a terrible draw for Matt O'Connor. He's probably sweating. So yeah, I think you play through this rack. You can play a couple things through the I and the A on the bottom left of the board. You could also just exchange. You could do whatever you want here. And wow, Tunnicliffe is drawn to lounge.
Yeah, does he have something cute hooking the C to HUI to make Hewick? But I don't think so.
He's looking at Klon through the O of Dongola, just eliminating that spot that was just opened, which might actually eliminate Tunnicliffe's bingo.
Klon and not Clot with the 2 N's, or with the 2 T's rather.
Yeah. Clot doesn't have any weird hooks, right? I guess the T gives ATE bingos. Potentially.
Okay, that makes sense.
But yeah, that's probably not that much worse of a leave. Huh. Well, O'Connor's taking, I think, his longest think of the game on this position, which is funny.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've got like 15 minutes to go, but I was like, no, he's not gonna take up all. It's not like O'Connor's gonna take up all 15 minutes here.
Oh, and Gould, I didn't know
Cool.
that word.
Still
Okay.
plays very nice.
Very nice, yes. And wow, another 3 consonant draw. And suddenly Matthew O'Connor is only up 125. we might see Kruth again. I think that's his only thing worth playing.
There you go.
Ancient Huey. That would be insane. And almost Huvika.
Almost Huvika.
All right, this is still entertaining. Probably TREW, WERT maybe through the E of in Gould is the sort of play that I imagine O'Connor would like to make here.
Yeah, I assume. Yeah, you probably just want to play through the E in Gould, because that's probably the only bingo that's going to doom you. There's 7 in the bag, so as long as you make a valid play, Tunnicliffe can't bingo twice.
Yeah.
I
O'Connor's
guess
looking at.
you could play Crow through the O of in Gould and score a little bit more.
That's what he's looking at. So if you guys are wondering why his tiles are upside down, O'Connor has lately been, leaving his tiles face up for you guys, but he's playing upside down most of the time, and so he's playing his plays upside down. So that's why his letters are upside down. Sorry if that bothers some of you. So Bushy is coming down for 54, emptying the bag for Matthew Tunnicliffe, and he's going to have ADEERVV. Oh, sorry. ADEETVV. After all is said and done. So I don't think that's anything to worry about. But Charon is coming down immediately. That is tied with first Ranker and Charon, and that's being challenged. That is a word. So that's 5 extra points for Matt O'Connor. And he's going to take this game after
the fastest challenge I think I've ever seen. We barely got to the wordjudge.me screen. And by the way, thanks to Art Moore, creator of wordjudge.me.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, a lot of the time when in these foregone situations, top players are just going to just very, very quickly get it over with. There's no what do you call it? Surprise. There's no shock value. There's just a challenge. So Devel is the correct play as well for Matt Tunnicliffe. Very nice double V word, and we'll see if Matthew O'Connor spots his highest scoring outplay, which is 22 points. If you guys can find that.
What, 22 with AT? Oh man, I gotta look here.
No, O'Connor with LN actually has 22
LN,
points.
okay. Sorry.
So those in chat, a little bit of a quiz for you guys. You have 2 seconds before Matthew O'Connor plays his tiles.
I was gonna say he's gonna play regardless. 22.
Yeah, no lows through the O.
Oh,
and
lows
the
and I
OS,
just saw it. Yeah,
and
yeah.
laxes, but Linn comes down instead, 453 to 374, 2-3 in Matthew Tunnicliffe's favor. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
403 after it, please.
This one's number 5.
Yeah. 284.
Scoring discrepancies.
284, 356.
We like to jump to the overhead mic, but oftentimes the players are just saying numbers for a while. They'll figure it out.
You know CARRON. I don't think anyone's ever lost in 5. I'm actually like use it like that.
All right, not much to be talked about there. Oh, he's looking at the chat. Okay, they're actually talking. We can listen.
Funny because I have 2 consecutive games and like the rookie.
Yeah, BD is crazy. It keeps Azo 7-point difference. That's a much more volatile.
I still was 100% sure at the end of that, so I just put the points.
Yeah, they're discussing Dobie versus BD.
EROGIS, which I think is new, but I don't even know how the other stuff.
Alrighty. That was enough of that. I wonder if they're going to be ready to play round 6. We'll get word from the producers if that's the case. But yeah, very important game 5 for Matt O'Connor, staying alive in this best of 7 marquee matchup. I think it's supposed to be called the Showdown. I should have read the cue
We have the
cards.
Tale of Two Matthews at the top there, which I love the name. So we'll call it the Tale of Two, or the Battle of Two Matthews, or the matchup of Two Matthews. We can do a little alliteration.
Okay, yeah. You guys come up with some names in the chat if you think there's another one.
Scrabble Showdown are these best of 7 series that Let's Play Scrabble is doing. So this one is subtitled A Tale of Two Matthews. But yes,
Yeah.
I would love to hear suggestions in the chat. I'm sure you can come up with very clever ones as well.
Indeed. So I think the players are ready to get back into the action immediately once they square the tiles up and prepare the bag for another game. But
Do you square the
yeah,
tiles up
we're
between
getting what we
games
want.
Do you square the tiles up between games when you're doing a long session, or I just pitch them in? But
It depends on my opponent.
so,
I'll ask them.
so if Josh corners the tiles between games against you, it means he does not trust you. If you have a long
No.
session,
I mean, it depends on what they want. I'm happy to do what they
oh,
want.
okay. I just thought you meant it depended on who you were playing. I was like, oh,
Oh yeah,
now we don't
be
have longer
careful.
between games. I would love to dig into this more.
Yeah. So if I square the tiles against you, yeah, I'm suspicious. That's funny. Yeah.
If you take great pains to make sure both of the blanks are on your side, then you're really suspicious.
Yeah, there was actually a recent. Let's not get into too much drama. But there was a recent cheating scandal where a player was looking to grab those blanks immediately once they were squared. But yeah, I do. I mean, some people have their own things. Like to prevent cheating, they'll put one blank on either side. That's what you just mentioned, just to sort of make sure the person that's squaring from their side only has access to one of the 2 blanks. But yeah, there's a lot of suspicion, a lot of superstition. Most of the time, no, the players are very, very friendly. We're all friends here. There's just a few exceptions of suspicious activity, but yeah, they're bagging the tiles. I think the game is reset, and this is going to be round 6 of a potential 7. Jason, do you now still want it to go to 7, or are you like hungry, tired? What's your thoughts here?
I'm a little hungry, so I wouldn't mind it ending in 6, but I think we all want. I think the fact that everybody wants the content of a good close game 7 kind of overrides that.
Yeah, I think so. I agree. It's always great when these matches go the distance. So yeah, we're in beautiful Lake George in the Adirondacks of New York State. It's a beautiful sunny day. We're inside though. Maybe I think there's still enough hours of sunlight that no matter what happens in the game,
Be able to get out and touch grass for a little bit before the main event starts.
yeah, I mean, I've been wanting to. So what I've been wanting is whoever wins the main event, they should jump in the lake, but no one's ever done that.
Oh. Well, you could just start, yeah, because that's what they used to do. The LPGA, their first first major, there was a lake by the 18th green. It's always been a tradition. You could, I mean, if you win the CSW division of the main event, will you start this tradition? I mean, somebody's got to be first.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Unless my ride is leaving.
Well,
I'm
that's
not going to sacrifice my ride home for it, but yeah, I'll do that.
is your ride going to be okay with you dripping water all over their car? Is the other question.
Yeah, I'm a little bit beholden in that regard.
Okay.
But no, I'd like to do that, and it's good to take walks as well. We're a little bit far from the center of town, so it's a nice little walk to if you're able to get down there. It's a really nice.
Okay.
We
Well,
have the camp.
I'm commentating tomorrow morning, but
Oh,
on
nice.
sessions where I'm not commentating, I will root for you now, just for the possibility of.
Very nice,
Because
very
then
nice.
if you win, I will want a follow up on whether you jumped in the lake or not.
Oh, do I have to live stream it, or maybe Let's Play Scrabble? Nah, that's probably not
That
Let's
would
Play
be now.
Scrabble
See, that would
Tournament.
be content. That would be content. I
But
would
yeah.
pay. I would pay for that.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, if you would pay for that, feel free to become a super friend of the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel for the chance at some lake jumping action. We do have a nice camera during our breaks. You might have noticed pointing right outside. It almost looks too good to be true, but it is so beautiful here. Yeah, the players are just about ready. Matt O'Connor's is taking a small break, and he's the one that needs to be prepared for this game because he's in danger of losing. So yeah, once they're ready, we will bring you the board cam for this game 6 of a potential 7. So the main event, there are some questions in the chat. The main event is starting tonight at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So there's going to be a pretty extensive break, I think, between this stream and the next stream. And we have, I know, tomorrow and Sunday. So now I know that you're commentating in the morning. We have Matt Canick on site. He's going to be where I am, I think. Or no, probably not. He's probably going to be in another room because we're using this room for the tournament. He's going to be bringing you commentary. So if you missed him and you want me to be replaced, don't worry. I'll be playing in the main event. Jason will be also present tomorrow. I think tonight we might be getting Will Anderson. Maybe I shouldn't have said that without knowing, but a lot of Scrabble action, a lot of live stream action. And actually, there's way more to come. In 2 weeks, Let's Play Scrabble is streaming another big event, the Madison Major, the Midwest Major. That's going to be a lot of fun. It's the first time that's ever been produced in that way. And a lot of other stuff to come. And we'll talk about it later. But for now, Game 6 is prepared. The players are sitting down. Matthew Tunnicliffe to go first. So let's cue the board cam. All right, here we go. This might be it. Matthew Tunnicliffe drawing 7. Matthew O'Connor to respond. Let's see if we get anything interesting. I actually have the feeling we're not going to see an interesting opening rack, Jason.
All right. This is looking interesting so far. Yeah. You're right.
Good, yeah. I mean, seafair, if that was a word, that'd be nice. Oh, shit. Sorry, that's not a word.
Yeah, it's not a word, but it'll go down anyway. Yeah, I thought it was just a simple standard FAE. But a bit of a break for O'Connor, assuming this comes off, which I can't imagine it won't.
Yeah, he's held. He's looking like, what is this? This does not look right at all. And it's coming off. Wow. All right. That was interesting. I didn't actually.
Yeah, just
The commentator's curse. I think Tunnicliffe is like, oh man, I'm wrong. Oh shit.
we should do that. We should do that all the time. We should every game. We should just say this won't be an interesting opening rack, and then we'll get nothing but interesting opening racks.
Wow. All right. So huge swing early on. Very unexpected phony opening bingo by Matt Tunnicliffe. But Matt O'Connor now just has to make sure that any of the plays he was considering or is going to consider will not be giving Matthew Tunnicliffe an 8-letter word. I know seafarer would be playable.
Yeah. Well, no. You say, yeah. So we're not going to see the
Ratafis.
T. We're not going to see the T because it'll give him Ratafis. What else does
Yeah.
it go through that's on O'Connor's rack here?
So normally you might want to play toze, Toze, keeping the ENG combination, but you can't do that here because it'll give back ratifees. And I think Matthew O'Connor's already got that figured out. He's considering just Zay, and he's also considering G's. Both are pretty reasonable options here. I
We're
like
only
the
playing with F, R, and T, so the T the only danger tile on O'Connor's rack. G seems right.
Yeah, I think the problem with just ZE is just the underlaps. The underlap of FAE is so, or even just Zaya and FAE is so easy for Tunnicliffe to do, but he plays it anyway. There's probably some issue with G's as well with underlaps of FAE as well. So I guess in either case, you're going to get hit with that play. So he played it. Yeah, he plays FAE for 21. He hasn't hit his clock yet. He could get 23 if he plays with Zaya.
Sets
I feel
up
like
this sets up
that's
ES
better.
bingo. Yeah, sets up ES bingos. ES bingos are going to score a lot more now, or maybe
Yeah,
not
but
actually.
it
Yeah,
sets up fewer bingos. I think this is a mistake. You could also play fees for the same score, FEA, ZE, setting up 8 lanes. But I mean, maybe it's a little bit more restrictive and you're a little bit worried about Matt O'Connor's letters after a short play. But I think I would have gone with Zaya.
the more I look at
No
it, the more I
matter.
think you're right.
So no matter. It was a tough position, and I think you just want to get out of your funk after playing Seafair, and this is a strong play. So Faye does not take a hook. So if we're going to see a bingo from Tunnicliffe, who's drawn very, very well, it will play on top of the EE or below. And Matt O'Connor now, the interesting position, he could play coups. He's looking at that through the ZE. That's a pretty restrictive play, but he knows exactly what Matthew Tunnicliffe has, so he knows that that's setting up an S hook for him. So instead, we're going to see Kogon, which is the second play recommended by the engine, but I like this adjustment, Jason.
I like it. Scores probably a little bit better than Kuz. Kind of turns over a little bit more. Well, maybe
He's second guessing it. I guess the biggest issue is the playthrough. More eights are gonna play probably after Kogon through the C, O, and G than after Kuz. But that was what I was thinking. Congé, or however you want to pronounce this. My French wants me to pronounce it like this. Congé. This also gives a lot of playthrough, but it also gives you options for next turn and scores a bit better and responds better to the AERS in that it doesn't allow ES ending bingos, which you mentioned, Jason. So that's the choice. A tough position for sure.
yeah, maybe you just do you concede the bingo after your opponent is drawn into AERS?
I
Or are
think
you
so.
still going to try to you just concede it? That's probably right.
I actually
Um,
like ooze or coos. Maybe not ooze. Ooze was interesting, but I think I like coos there. You just concede that you're going to get bingoed on and you're in a worse position anyway, and just try to keep your best letters. But it was a really tough
if
position.
Kuz left more balance, I kind of liked it, but drawing into to CEGNT is kind of a little rough. So the anagram of March's, I assume Mesark or Mesark will go down here.
Yeah, and this is probably better than March's, given that March's takes. Um, doesn't it take a couple of hooks? Am I making that up?
I think they
Marches.
I think they both take the S.
Well, Marches doesn't take an S, does it?
Oh no, the AEI is what I
Yeah,
thought. I
AEI.
was thinking
Yeah,
like Mark's Marquess, but no. Marches just
yeah,
takes AEI, so no. And Mesark does not take the S.
yeah. And you could have played Mac or MACHERS as well. But putting the C, I think, might be a little bit more dangerous in that triple lane. So small things, but definitely important things. This also doesn't float an S for Matthew O'Connor. And Tunnicliffe is up 62 despite opening with a phony. Now, if you're
That's always a little
O'Connor,
tough to see your opponent pick a bunch of clunky tiles and use them well after he's phonied.
Yeah, it was a very tough position regardless. I understand the play of Zay, but you were going to walk into some of these situations with the leave that he kept. I think Conge might. I mean, I might have played that, but I don't know. I don't know if it was the right play. And now you don't have an E. You don't have any good tiles. You want to play something from the S and Mizark or whatever, however we're trying to pronounce this. But you don't really have anything there. You could play Staid, Staid, but that keeps a V. So I think here you just have to bite the bullet and play Avid and HA and just take the points. And
Are you just taking the points with Avid here and throwing the triple line open and?
Yeah, I don't really see a better option. Vita and Zaya, I guess, opens a little bit of space on the top, but DO isn't really much better than OTT is, and Avid is 30. It's 9 more points and opens more space. So I like this
Yes,
decision.
6 more points than anything he could have done. So probably right.
But now for Tunnicliffe, he's got a nice D to work with in the triple lane. So we're probably going to see the play of Wexed, Wexed, come down for a solid 48. The UI blank leave could go well, it could go poorly, but I think you take 48 here, Jason.
Yeah, even if the IU blank leave goes poorly, you've got 48 points and you've closed down the hotspot on the board. So
yeah, and a really rough draw now for O'Connor. Of course, 4 constants to go with an already rough leave is tough, but he does have the option of playing from the S now, which is probably part of the reason why Avid was fine. You're drawing into so many plays from the S of Mizark that reopen the board. So Smolt is 30 points. You could play Storm to keep a little bit more balanced LRT versus RRT, but I think you take the points here for Smolt.
interesting that he's going with Slorm instead, the third option.
Interesting. Yeah, it's a little bit bad on equity. Like Storm accomplishes pretty much the same thing, but leaves
Wait, and leave.
LRT
Well,
instead of
is LRT
RTT.
that much better than RPT?
Yeah, like
His
in
division
general, it's
system.
around 4 points better. I don't really see the reason to keep 2 Ts here. This might have just been a miss. Now he's got drawn a third T. That's really awful. But now over to Tunnicliffe. He's up 56 points and he's drawn a couple of consonants. Is he going to be able to find his only playable bingo in this spot? It plays in a few different spots. If you can find this, congratulations. This is an incredibly high level of difficulty. It's definitely not a necessity to find this, but it will put him almost out of reach in this game 6.
Yeah, must be one of those like, ooh, I can basically take command of the whole series, being it up 3-2, and take command of game 6. But this word is not an easy one to find. Certainly don't want to miss a bingo in this spot, especially given the situation, given that you can take control of the game, given that you're on stream and all that. But Reboundry is a hard one to see, and it is the only playable one.
Yeah, and it would have played regardless through the R of Mizark, but yeah, this is, I mean, for me, if I'm going to miss a bingo, it probably contains a blank and a Y in it. That combination for me is just almost impossible. So if we see this come down, especially in 20-minute clocks, that will be incredible find. It's the only playable bingo. Tunnicliffe definitely knows the word, and he's found it. Wow. But he's taking a few less. He could have just played from the
He really
R.
wants to, yeah, he really wants to restrict conj, the 8s through conj that much.
No, I think. Well, he's double checking. I think he's just missed that it plays from the R as well, and he wants to be sure that it's a word too. So he's taking it back. Maybe he's considering the other positioning. Maybe he's considering whether he has something else. Is this the only 8-letter word with these 7 tiles? It might be. Let me look. Yeah, it's the only one.
It's the only one. Wow.
Audibly, yeah, audibly is a word. It's just not an 8-letter word.
It just doesn't fit you. Go here.
But yeah, he's okay. He still hasn't found the higher scoring spot, which is interesting. I think this is just a miss, but he's probably going to get 5 points if Matthew O'Connor has any doubt on whether this is a word because it puts him so far ahead. Yeah, he challenges.
Yeah.
And both players just like shrugging, like, yeah, I mean, I got to challenge this. Wow. It's going to be so hard to come back. 141 point deficit now after this. But an incredible find by Matt Tunnicliffe. Regardless, like that's the highest level of Scrabble I feel like you can achieve is finding blank bingos with a Y. That's just my personal opinion.
Yes.
So yeah, O'Connor to react. He's got 6 consonants, 3 T's, a V. You probably play through here. I don't know. Do you exchange? You could play Vince through the N of conj, and just try to open through the V on a future turn. Or you just exchange and try to bingo like 3 times in a row.
Yeah, I think you got to take the points when you're way behind like this.
Oh my god, and look at that draw. So Tunnicliffe drawing the second blank immediately, and it looks like he's going to be able to bingo again, but actually there is no playable bingo in this position. And Tunnicliffe doesn't know that, so even though he's ahead 117 points, I think he's going to take some amount of time here, Jason, to look for bingos, but I think at some point, practically, you just want to. You already know that you messed up early with Seafair. I think you just want to, like, I don't know, play through this and not look forever. I'm not sure what he's going to do though. He might take a long time. He's got time.
He actually does have time in this game. This is really a rack where you don't want to miss anything. So, at this point you're up 117. You have the second blank. This is okay. Like, how am I losing this game? And then working backwards to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and if Ribodri took an S, he would have Anurus through the R, but that's not gonna work. But yeah, you take some time, of course, but I don't know. If he goes under 10 minutes, I think that's a bit much.
Yeah,
so
I'm gonna say like 10:30 ish is when he's gonna make his play.
And I mean, we were just sitting here. It's so easy for us to say this sort of thing. And if you don't bingo, I mean, there's a bunch of options as well. So maybe at some point he's going to give up looking for bingos and still look for plays.
Right, which is why you there's kind of I feel like turns like this are kind of divided into 2 parts: the look for the bingo part, and then all right, I'm not going to play a bingo. What am I actually going to play part? So
yeah, I think if I were to choose a play here that wasn't a bingo, it might be MOU from the M and Slorm. I'm up by so much and the leave is so strong that I'd just like to take out that biggest spot on the board from the M and just probably bingo next turn. If I get a bingo next to WEXED, I'll be very, very happy.
yeah, do you play something like Oh No next to it? I mean, it makes bingos easier, which is good for you because you have the blank, but I don't know if you want to be doing that
Yeah,
ahead so much. So you're playing MOU and you're just kind of starting to play defense already?
yeah, I'm doing multiple things at once. I'm balancing my rack. I'm getting rid of the worst case scenarios on the board and while keeping the best possible letters I can keep. I think is what I'd be doing here. But Oh No is a very strong play again. Like the game is almost over. Obviously, there's still half of the tiles left unseen. But when you're ahead by 117 and you have the final blank on a board like this, it feels like only a matter of time before you draw a bingo. But to avoid scenarios, the very rare scenarios where you just keep drawing like letters that don't work, like II or UI or something like that. If you play off OU here, II works. I'm pretty sure. I think UI works as well. So those worst possible case scenario draws will work. But Oh No coming down instead, taking the points approach. That's more patented Matthew Tunnicliffe. And he's 1053, so you're really close, Jason.
Yeah, he played that a little faster than I thought he would, but Meanwhile, poor how does O'Connor get back in this game as he keeps drawing singles that don't make bingos as well as duplicates?
Yeah, he's
Charles
going to play
pretty nice.
Trod. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. You're leaving the vertical lanes open and you're scoring as much as you can, but unfortunately now Tunnicliffe has drawn quite well and he'll be able to bingo in a variety of spots. The best of which is from the M in Slorm, but another tough find. So I wonder if he's going to spot Mesosaur.
Well, he's already yeah. Quick answer to that question.
Oh my goodness, that is just insane. That is word knowledge. I wish I had that. That's fantastic. I mean, once you spot something, you play it, but the quickness in which he spotted this is yeah,
Very impressive. Very impressive.
and this
Yeah,
is
because
about it.
it's not like O'Connor took from the time that he realized he had a rouse blank to playing that. That was not O'Connor played his pretty instantly. That was not a lot of time at all.
Yeah, just so brutal for O'Connor, and you hate to see it in a game like this where Tunnicliffe made the first blunder, and O'Connor didn't do too much wrong in response, but yeah, it's he finds a nice 25-point Oolite. At this point, it's pretty academic. His score still doubled by Tunnicliffe, with no real threats on the board at the moment. So Tunnicliffe, again, this is a situation where the only way you can lose is by not keeping a balance and running into like the worst possible draws you could imagine. So if you're Tunnicliffe here, you just want to do something that keeps the Valen constant. And luckily for him, he can just play Defy on the bottom left for 62, keeping ATU. But he's not even looking down there. He's playing Fouted instead, which is a 26-point sacrifice. So a pretty large mistake, but a more practical choice for sure. Blocking the lane.
Probably just didn't consider the spot. Just kind of tunnel visioned on wanting to blunt that spot over there and did so.
Yeah. So I mean, it's definitely definitely a pretty large mistake, but at this point in the game, as long as you don't get triple done, you're gonna win. So Terpene for 73 is the response for Matt O'Connor, who's currently only down 135. So if he manages to bingo twice in a row, the game will be tied. So over to Tunnicliffe, who's kept that Y. He's going to be able to score super well with it. Not as well as last turn, but probably any play. I would probably play BAYE next to the TER and Terpene. What about you, Jason?
Now I'm starting to wonder if he just held on to that Y for the ribauderie, the spot on the bottom row there, just thinking that, you know, O'Connor is either going to be bingoing or opening up bingo spots. Like he's almost certainly like never going, very infrequently going to play there. So maybe you can just kind of hold that, until you have no better options. But I don't know. I would consider holding on to the E and the Y here.
So Peba maybe PEBA might be a great option.
How many E's we got? That is the last E too, right?
Yeah,
It also helps.
obviously.
It also, yeah, confirms that. Yeah. Okay,
So you think this?
BAYE is fine. I'm just, maybe getting a little too fancy.
Do you think this confirms that he was not thinking about the BY spot on the bottom? That could be. But again, it's all academic. O'Connor now with 175 points to come back from. He can play Jaw for 41, but there's just no time left. That's going to leave 7 in the bag. As long as Matthew Tunnicliffe doesn't play a phony, it'll be impossible for Matthew O'Connor to draw into multiple bingos. So
And I think
probably thinking.
I think
Go
the
ahead.
story is kind of that game four, the incredible double 9 find by Tunnicliffe of Savoyards to block O'Connor's rambling. Obviously that was the same game where O'Connor lost a turn with Pierogi after he got off to the good start. So, that certainly seems to be where of the 6 games we've had kind of 3 that we were filling a bunch of time at the end. 3 close ones, but that one certainly sticks out as the most pivotal one of the series.
Yeah, indeed. You can't really afford to make many mistakes against an opponent of either of these guys' caliber. As Lank for 50 comes down, Matthew Tunnicliffe just double checking. He knows that this is a word. He knows that all the overlaps are valid. You just want to check yourself, just pinch yourself to make sure that that you're just winning this game after this. So Lank for 50, and IGG in response. A very nice play by Matt O'Connor. If the game were closer, it would have mattered. You're totally right. You're totally right that that pivotal Pierogi game was if that game had gone Matt O'Connor's way, it would currently be tied at 3-3 after this. And he almost has Pierogi again.
We just can't get away from that word today, can we?
We can't. So bag is completely empty. Matthew Tunnicliffe to play with 144 point advantage and finish the series off. Yeah, a really beautifully played series, I would say. Like on the whole, like there's so many awesome plays that both of these guys made.
Yeah, very very high level stuff from both players. It was a treat to watch and a treat to work with you for the first time.
Oh yeah, is this our maiden voyage, as they call it?
This is our maiden voyage together. Yes.
I'm using that term now because there's a player that I hadn't ever played before. He's like, "This is our maiden voyage," and then he just like completely destroyed me. So now I'm just like, I should use that whenever I can. So Hoy comes down for Matt O'Connor for a lot of points, and Nipter is going to be the response from Tunnicliffe, bring him to 523, and nowhere for NIRL, so we're probably just going to see a 3-tile play for O'Connor. And while we're waiting for this game to end, I do want to thank you for working with me, Jason. But let's listen to the overhead mic, then do some plugs, and say goodbye.
41 to 375. Going still.
Twinner's playing 8 IL, by the way. Just point that out.
As soon as I put C5 on the board, it responded. Because I was already at the board.
Oh my god. IL? What the hell? Wait, I have to...
It's on the board, there's no coming back.
Maybe it means the price of a boat.
I know it's like Wayfarer is good.
Is someone going to tell them? It doesn't matter.
It's just a lot of the fair words are like the price of a ride. Like car fare or whatever.
This is the only thing I all those photos. Still managed to miss the best one. You just put it there. This is supposed to be a mess up, but I know they can do it.
Which is
Mess up.
Canadian Aussie.
Once you get that last score,
No, it's really not.
All of them are else favorite.
you don't want to interrupt them.
Oh, it doesn't take an S, Messark. That's what he's saying. It's an adjective.
I can get them to put it on
I'm not actually blocking anything because you have ass. So I'm just making that scheme mark. So I'm not opening it.
This is the only possibility.
All right. So that was the final game. So congratulations to Matthew Tunnicliffe for taking down his namesake, Matthew O'Connor, in this best of 7 pre-show brought to you by Let's Play Scrabble. I'm not sure if we're going to have an interview of Matt Tunnicliffe. I haven't heard from production yet, but if we do, or whether we do or whether we don't, I want to give a huge shout out to Let's Play Scrabble for putting on this broadcast and the broadcast that will follow. So in just 4.5 hours, don't go anywhere. Lake George live coverage begins, the main event. While people are still playing the early bird upstairs, there's going to be a break in the Matrix. And we're going to get some more coverage for you. Jason, thank you so much.
Well, thank you. This was a lot of fun to do the latest installment in the Scrabble Showdown series between two great players. We saw 6 great games. It sounds like we will get to talk to Tunnicliffe a little bit. Also, want to thank everybody in the chat. At one point, somebody said that the commentary was making them LOL, and so I always have the same reaction. Like, I hope that was deliberate and not because I missed missed this or that or suggested the wrong play or something. But thank you all for watching, taking time out of your Friday afternoon to watch this. Let's Play Scrabble, I'm sure, appreciates the support as well.
Yeah, and if you want to stay here, we have the champion right behind me, Matthew Tunnicliffe. I don't even have a chair pulled up for him, so sorry about that. I will relay questions. Actually, I'll give you this this here so you can hear Jason. Here you go. Congratulations, Matt, on the victory. That was a funny last game for one particular reason that I don't think either of you noticed.
I just pointed out at the end. So,
okay.
And I'm sure there's more reasons that last game was funny, but that was just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, just want to make sure that people can hear. Production, is everything good with his mic? Probably sounds good to me. But yeah, huge congrats. That was a really, really fun series. Some crazy decisions, some really cool plays by both of you. I guess Jason and I were discussing, I guess the turning point was that Pirohi game. That game was supposed to probably go O'Connor's way, but you somehow clawed your way back. That play of Savoyard's was amazing. And I don't know if he told you, but that blocked his bingo.
He did tell me afterwards. And I mean, I remember I spotted Vizard's pretty quickly. And if I was 100% sure that you could spell it like that, I probably would have put it down much quicker. But because I had some doubt, I was like, let me just keep looking and see if there's something else. And eventually I would have played Vizard's. I was definitely going to try that. But that pause on that word being 100% valid urged me to keep looking and then eventually find my best play. And yeah, he did tell me that blocked a bingo. So
yeah, I wanted to ask, before the series started, we looked at your head-to-head record, and it's pretty extremely in your favor. Do you think that there was any sort of psychological advantage that you had coming into this series, being higher rated, having the better head-to-head record, or was it just a straight off, like, who plays better situation?
I mean, I think for most of our games together, I've been the higher rated player, but more recently he's put the extra hours in. So I think we're pretty close now, regardless of what the head-to-head says. And also, I think the time controls favor him in this case. That was probably pretty obvious watching us play, but it felt like very 50-50. And in the end, it came down to me drawing all the tiles in that last game. So.
Yeah, no, it was tough at the beginning, the adjustment to 20-minute clocks. I've definitely been there in the faster time controls. Jason, do you have any questions? I also put it out to the chat. We'll give Tunnicliffe a little bit of a break, but after a few questions, if anyone wanted to talk about a certain position or anything, you can let us know. Jason, anything to ask?
Yeah, you kind of segged into the question that I wanted to ask, which is how lousy a negotiator are you that you agreed to play Matthew O'Connor, one of the fastest players in the world, with 20-minute clocks? Why didn't you just start earlier and play a full 25 minute game? I do feel like that was I don't want to say to your detriment a bit, but how do you deal with that when you're already starting with five fewer minutes than you're used to against a player that's really fast?
I went into this thinking I'm going to do it. I'm going to play fast, and then like 3 turns into the game, I'm like, oh, I guess I'm not. I'm just going to play slow. But I mean, it's always been my belief that you should use your time on the turns that are hard. Use your time when the game is still winnable. So if the hardest turn of the game is the second turn, don't be afraid to use lots of time on the second turn. And, you know, you don't want to have 12 minutes left for an end game and you're losing by 150. It's like, well, good thing I have all this time that I saved. So, like, I had some challenging turns early on, and I wasn't afraid to use some time. I knew I would get a chance to catch up, and eventually I'll get some easy turns where I can throw down some plays. But I'm not afraid to use my time early, even though I know O'Connor is going to rush me. But you know, it is what it is.
I had a question. I mean, you won the Boblin Superstars, huge tournament, pocketed what was it, like $15,000 there. And I mean, you just won this matchup. You won the national championship. You have so many accolades. Are you playing Scrabble for more accolades these days, or are you just playing to try and, is it more of a personal, just like growth thing for you, or is there something you're searching for
Wow, I
down the
was
line?
not prepared for this question, and you're going to make me think harder than I wanted to right now. I don't know. It's like if I weren't doing this, what else would I be doing? You know, and I'm just trying to keep out of trouble. You know.
Yeah, good answer. I hear your production saying you're considering going to the Causeway Challenge next year
Jeez, I
in
mean,
Thailand.
always possible, but I don't know. That's a long way to go. A lot of money to spend, but I mean, I heard it's a premier event and the world class competition. It's tempting to try and make it work.
Hmm.
So we'll see.
And I guess one more, like softball question for you after that hardball question. If you had anything to recommend, because I know you study a lot, you love to play, you love to analyze. For people that are watching that are getting into Scrabble, what do you recommend that they do to just maximize the value that they get out of the game?
Well, if you're trying to get better and your goal is to improve as much as you can, then you need to analyze your games using whatever tool of choice you have access to. Like, there's a number of tools. Some of them are in development still, some of them are old school, but they all work. And, you know, it's kind of an old saying, you know, practice only helps if you're practicing correctly. So if you're practicing the game, playing over and over again, but you don't actually know that you're not playing correctly, then you'll just keep practicing the wrong ways. So analyzing your games will tell you that, oh, I need to make some adjustments. I need to readjust how I approach certain positions, and then that's how you improve. You know, if you just keep playing a million games and then not actually changing anything, then maybe you won't actually get better that way.
That's wise. That I like that answer a lot, Jason. Yeah, one last thing before I let you go, Tunnicliffe. What is your plan for the next few hours before the real tournament starts?
Maybe I need a nap. You know, like that took a lot out of me. We'll see. We'll see what I can do. I need to energize some way. I don't know. I mean, there's still some daylight left in these beautiful fall colors, so maybe I should try to get some sun or touch some grass or something.
Yeah, I think that's a good plan. All right, thank you so much, Matthew. Thanks for getting interviewed with us, and congrats again on your victory. I'll see you in the main event, and we'll see him in the main event as well. So yeah, have a
Thanks,
good
Josh. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, man.
rest of your day. All right, great. That was Matthew Tunnicliffe, the victor of this showdown between Matthews, with some very very nice advice for you guys watching at home. So before we go, before we end the stream, we have an updated list. We have a list of thank yous for the stream. Let's see what we can do. I don't know if you have the link as well, but we are ending the stream first with thank you to Let's Play Scrabble, first and foremost, for bringing Scrabble productions up and just having so much to offer you guys at home to watch for free. All of these productions, a lot of them operate. I'll personally say this: they operate at a loss. Because our game isn't as big as we want it to be. So the fact that Let's Play Scrabble is putting in so much effort and time and money into these productions is really really awesome. And I think if you can, I would very much urge you to support via becoming a Scrabble super friend, a Let's Play Scrabble super friend on YouTube. But we're very happy with anyone that's just wanting to watch and maybe even chat from time to time. So huge thank you to the production crew. We have Josh Koff here, Josh Greenway here, working behind the scenes, and you, Jason, again, thanks for coming in for the commentary. Furthermore, I'll just keep rolling, Jason. There's so many thank
if you want me to go over the kind of what the Let's Play Scrabble channel has next, I can take it over. But you're doing a great job if you want to keep going.
Sure. I just feel like I'm hogging the mic so much. But,
No, you are absolutely fine.
Upcoming streams. Okay, go ahead.
All right. So we have this weekend again, main event starting in a few hours in Lake George, as Josh mentioned earlier. In a couple weekends over Halloween weekend, the Madison Major, the first time that event will be streamed. Then we have a little event called the De facto World Championship in the middle of November. I am very, very much looking forward to watching those games. Middle of December, we have the holiday party. And then after that is the Albany New Year's tournament, December 30th through January 3rd, which I had an absolute blast commentating on last year. So assuming that I do not play that, I hope that I can do that again. But this channel is really the best place to watch live Scrabble. More events, more often, and with more innovation. So big thank you to all the people who make this channel possible.
Yeah, I'd be remiss not to mention a huge thank you to the players that feature themselves on stream, especially the top players, Matthew O'Connor, Matthew Tunnicliffe, just gracing us with their incredible abilities. Matthew Tunnicliffe does a lot for Scrabble in his hometown of Ottawa. Matt O'Connor, again, he's been doing commentary, he's been doing streaming, he's been writing a book, he's been doing so much for the game. And he's also responsible for the most advanced pairing systems that we have, the COP pairings that are being used at all these events. Him and Josh Castellano have put a ton of work into making sure the matchups are as fair as they could possibly be and mathematically sound. So huge thank you to them for that. Seth Lipkin has done so much for Scrabble, but also for Let's Play Scrabble. We use the Ulu timer to translate you guys real-time timer information. So he's made that. He's made Cross Tables, the most important Scrabble website of all, that features all the tournaments, all the games that you can look over from top players. Just so much, so many stats. John Chu is responsible for the software that helps run the pairings. So the software that shows you the standings, that decides what we're doing. And shows the players how they're doing in the tournaments. So he's made TSH, and yeah, that's it. I think that's all the thank yous. Thank you guys at home for watching. Of course, we wouldn't be doing this without you. And again, I have to mention how important it is. Let's Play Scrabble is bringing so much to the table with Scrabble production and live streaming and tournaments. So, without further ado, Jason. Good luck on the commentary. I hope you have some nice games this weekend to watch, and I hope you have a nice, relaxing weekend as well.
You too, and good luck to you in the main event. And I would be saying that regardless of if you decide to jump in Lake George after you win.
Cool. All right. Thanks, guys. I hope I don't have to jump in the lake, but I also hope I win. But anyways, I don't know what to do. We'll see you guys in just a few hours. Don't go anywhere. Actually, please go touch some grass, take a nap, do whatever you want. Make some food, make some cookies, and enjoy the weekend of Scrabble streaming that we have to offer you here in beautiful Lake George, New York. Goodbye.